In 2021, Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! Better give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a hump day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Wednesday, November 26th. 2025. It's hump day. It's news day. It's already another beautiful day. 75 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. It was a cold morning, but now it is a wonderful morning. You already know what it is. It is 11:16 a.m. Pacific time here. The Star Aries, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. You already know what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're back, we're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. All right, it's Thanksgiving tomorrow. This is Thanksgiving Eve, technically. It's holiday season. Los Angeles is not as empty as it normally would be around this time of the year. Normally, there'd be like less people on the streets and things like that because a lot of transplants leave. A lot of transplants end up leaving the city around this time, but unfortunately, in this day and age, maybe people are not actually wealthy enough to go out to travel. Who knows? Hasan, do you still feel Chinese? I absolutely, in my heart and in my soul, still feel very Chinese. Okay, I still feel very, very Chinese in my heart, in my soul, in my mind, in my spirit. Especially after getting the approval from the Chinese embassy for my interview that I conducted with CGTN, I feel incredibly Chinese. You already know Thanksgiving happening. Now, I know we have a long and storied tradition of doing Thanksgiving, but I don't know if Thanksgiving is going to be happening tomorrow. And the reason for that is because Jank is a very busy guy, and this might be the first year where he might be too busy to do Thanksgiving. He will still be attending Thanksgiving, but we might not be able to do Thanksgiving. I'll see if we can have it. I'll see if we can have it done. But yes. Are you fucking serious? Okay, we need to dial it back a little bit, okay? I know this is a thing that everybody looks forward to. Come to Scotland. I will not be going to Scotland, but I will be going next week to Ireland. That's right, remember. I will be going to Ireland instead of Scotland. I mean, not that they're like, at odds with one another or anything. I'm just saying I will be going. I'll be in the area. Big if true. You have to see this. What the fuck is this? I'm going to get banned permanently because of what I will do to myself. Okay. That is, I can't believe that this is just like following me. It's like, it's haunting me. It's haunting me everywhere I go. Dude, Austin, you don't understand. Okay. I tried to explain this to you when we were in China. Okay. I don't listen to a lot of music. So when I do hear any kind of music, whether it's just someone singing or whatever, it literally causes earworms. Okay? It causes earworms. And basically, what has taken place so far is although I've left China and I haven't been around Austin at all, the Quando song has been stuck in my fucking mind nonstop. Careful, this is how RFK got his worm. True story. No, I agree. Anyway, it's just like it's Quando maniacs rise up. It's Austin's version. They call you Lady Luck. Yeah. What is this? I have an interesting bear fact for you. Bears have the highest brain to body ratio of any carnivore. In tests, they compare in intelligence to great apes. They have also been known to use tools to pass other metrics of high intelligence creatures. I know that already. They're goated. Bears are, I mean, I did not know that actually. I didn't know the science behind it. I just kind of felt it in my heart, if we're being real. What is this? It has gotten out of hand now. The Just a Prank bro guys have picked it up. Oh, the Charlie Kirkification. We'll cover that. We'll cover the Kirkification. I swear Zoran convinced Trump to replace Obamacare.
National headlines, the clock is ticking
for reality. I don't think that that's going to happen. Their new healthcare proposal is going to be ass. Okay, their new healthcare proposal is going to be absolute doo-doo. Let's be real. So, I missed yesterday, but assuming you commented on the Zoran discourse, yes. Okay, we're in a holding pattern. We're in a wait and see pattern. Okay, everybody needs to calm down. Everybody needs to chill out. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And last night I went to dinner with the fam. Okay. I went to dinner with the family last night. And for the record, I don't really have too much jet lag, with the exception of waking up at 3 a.m. to take a piss every night and then not being able to go to sleep until like 6 a.m. Having said that, however, I go to bed at like 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., reasonable hour. I wake up at 3 and I can't go back to sleep for a little bit, which makes no sense because it's like 7 p.m. China time. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? What time zone is my brain at? Because it's not even like Chinese time zone at this point. The jet lag has just cooked me in a very weird way where I go to sleep at a reasonable hour, but then I wake up at a very unreasonable hour only to go back to sleep. Check logs. No, I'm not going to check your logs. I thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I know that there's a massive fire that happened in Hong Kong. We'll cover that in a little bit. Okay. Let me just do my fucking personal news for a second, please. Okay. It's about light, my guy, but it doesn't make any sense. It's like, I check logs, guys. Welcome to getting old. Yeah, that's probably what it is. What did you do before you left? I would go to bed by 9, asleep by 10, wake up by 6. And it was perfect. And I want to try to get back to that. And I hopefully will be able to get back to that. But that's where I'm at. Your circadian rhythm is dumping cortisol at 3 a.m. instead of your normal wake up time as hormones? Maybe. Who knows? But yeah, we got some news to cover. But yeah, I woke up this morning, went back to sleep, woke up again, lifted, did some legs for once. Okay. Time zones have nothing to do with it, boss. It's your circadian rhythm that's fucked. I agree. Where'd you get that shirt from? This shirt? I don't know. I don't remember. But you got Hubermans on speed dial now? Just text them. I should be hitting him up. Dispatch was peak last night. I agree. Gaming is back in a big way. Let's be real.
It's a little awkward to mention, but since the
look, I see the vibes. Okay, she want me, but like I gotta play a little hard to get. Okay, she want me, but I gotta take it slow. It's okay. The fucking early bird catches the worm, but sometimes, it's like the turtle in the hare, right? It's a marathon, not a fucking sprint.
Blonde blazer.
Oh, this fucking asshole. What does he want?
Are you ready to go? Who is this? I thought...
Bro, when the Trent Reznor hit, I immediately, it's just like, there's no shot. There's no shot, okay? Is that the Trent Reznor? I don't know what it would be. What would be? What would it be considered? I don't know. It's fucking bullshit. Omni-Man looking ass motherfucker, dude. They literally designed the character after you. Okay, I don't think that's the case, okay? Because guess what? I am a skinny, short guy. I'm Mecha Man, okay? Robert Robertson III. I'm not fucking this Omni-Man prototype, okay? That's not what's going on here.
I cataloged all of your work companions.
Robert, this is my boyfriend, and I'm a man. This is our new dispatcher I was telling you about. Robert?
The third Robert Robertson, leader of the Phoenixes. Blonde Blazer told me about you.
Really? Did she, say, I don't know, what came up in that talk?
She said you're a capable, honorable man that truly cares for others. Why are you so small?
Hey, come on. You gotta stop asking.
Small?
The way you spoke of him made him sound impressive. I only seek to understand.
Small?
How was his first day? Was his lack of size and strength an issue?
No, he was great.
Oh
It was
my
great.
God,
It was
bro.
a great first day.
That is phenomenal. We should celebrate. Blonde Blazer and I have reservations in Tokyo at a restaurant where the owner dreams of sushi. You should join us.
Tokyo?
I'm sure they could accommodate one more, especially a special occasion like this.
Gotta get home to my dog.
Actually, I gotta get home to my dog. He's very needy.
Bro, are you fucking serious? Are you serious? Are you joking? Oh my God, incel arc. Oh no. Oh no. We have to kill Phenomenon Man, okay? We have to kill him. There is no shot. You got to crash out and die in that moment for your pride. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. And then he picks my girlfriend up and flies her to Tokyo. And he's like, hey, you got to back away a little bit. Don't want your puny body to get fucking stunned by my afterburners. It is so fucked. Oh no, Mecha Man School Shooter Edition. What the fuck? Oh no, no, no. But she was throwing work my way. What did I wasn't misreading the chat. I wasn't misreading the signs. Okay. I was not misreading the signs. I know what I saw. You made yourself look soy as fuck. She hates him. You should have gone. No, she was telling me to decline the invite, bro. See, I'm reading the signs and many of you are not. Okay. I'm still invested. I'll be honest. I'm still invested. It's still gonna happen. Okay, it's gonna happen. You were too busy crashing out that you missed him saying the way she talked about you made you sound big and strong. No, I heard that. But I was too busy focusing on how little I looked in comparison to him. I also learned something about my fucking haters here as well. Chat was saying, like, this is how your haters see you. And I kind of understand why my haters have such... I kind of understand why my haters have such vicious amounts of hatred for me. Like, what is this? The resemblance is uncanny. Hasan cucks himself. I get it. I do get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay, you guys are right. My haters were right. I don't ever wish to make you feel the way I felt as Mega Man Robert Robertson III. You know what I mean? I was Robert Robertson III yesterday. And this Omni-Man archetype cooked my ass. I know what I felt. Maga Man. I went from Mecha Man to Maga Man, bro. I know what I felt. Oh my God. Chad Vice this Saturday. Postponed. Postponed permanently. 34-year-old man learns empathy. What do you mean? Learns empathy? Empathy for what? Why incels get fucking in their feelings. Dear Hasan, please accept my apologies. I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me. Good. Yeah, Hasan Piker apology form. Reason for behavior. The media convinced me there'd be no gaming. I didn't watch the previous gaming streams. I don't know ball. Mercury was in retrograde. I was jealous of Northern Lion viewers. I only looked at Hostwit memes. I will hereby respect Hasan Piker, and I will not talk down on the future first ballot Hall of Famer. Yes, it happened. It happened. Gaming did happen yesterday. Anyway, I already blasted off, chat. I already blasted off. Arc Raiders when? Ellen wants to play Arc Raiders, but I'm on dispatch mode right now, so I told him I probably wouldn't do Arc Raiders today, but maybe on Friday. Bilibili viewers convinced you, not us. Are we really jealous of the Chinese viewers right now? Is that what's going on? Hasan, you forget that your haters are a bunch of people who spend too much time in front of their computers and not enough time to go to the local park with unsalted peanuts and hard-boiled eggs to feed the crows. I fucking agree with you. Honestly, if they did, if my haters spent time going to the local park to feed crows with unsalted peanuts, definitely unsalted, not salted peanuts. Salted peanuts are bad for the crows, but unsalted peanuts and boiled eggs, they would probably no longer have hate in their hearts. What about Metal Gear Solid with Will? Brother, Will is not even in the country right now. He's in Japan. He is directly on the opposite side of the planet currently. When he comes back, we'll set it up. My ex-girlfriend just called you a fascist? What does that even, like, what is, for what reason? I don't understand. People will be like, Hasan is a liberal. Okay? People will be like, Hasan is a fucking liberal. People will be like, Hasan is betraying the revolutionary cause. People will be like, I just don't understand how people operate like this. Her name is Kala Walsh. Okay, chill. Chill on that. Arc Raiders is voice AI slop though. Yeah, I've heard about this. I've heard that Arc Raiders also utilize AI or something. Is that what it is? It seems like a fucking awesome game otherwise though. I don't know why. What did they do with AI? They had like some voice lines or something? This is the big meta. Made AI voice changers with consent of voice actors. AI script on the fly. It's got to be creepy. It's not like there are certain. This isn't like in any way, shape, or form. This isn't across the board AI, like a endorsement of AI in general. But I think like there are certain use cases for AI. It's like, whether it be improvements within like Photoshop, for example, that utilize AI. It's one thing that I use all the time. It's like, as an example, or like live translations. Like there are use cases for AI. It's not across the board. Like I'm not a Luddite of that sort, even though ironically enough, Luddites were technically on the workers, like the pro worker side, right? It's not like I'm not automatically going to jump to like every instance that AI is bad, even though, as you guys know, I am very, very anti-AI, right? Like there's definitely use cases for AI in terms of taking away some of the lift from route tasks that are too time consuming. I'm more so worried about the cognitive offloading. I'm worried about the displacement of labor. But there are use cases, like solid use cases for reliable AI, solid use cases for decent uses for AI. Who isn't anti-AI at this point? I think there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people that route, like scrote, not route. Did I say root task? Rote task. Whatever. Like fucking annoying shit that you don't want to do that is time consuming. This is something that I have consistently talked about, even when I'm constantly ripping into AI. Opinion on people using it to make art, like digital paintings. I hate that shit. I think the worst aspect of AI is generative AI that replaces art, because art is supposed to be the most like art is supposed to be made by humans, man. Like AI art is not art. It's just a machine spitting out a combination of different artwork of different pen strokes that they've stolen from 17 billion different works of art, billions and billions of works of art. Like that's not, you know. The environmental factor as well. Wisconsin citizens getting data centers banned from most of Wisconsin is cool by me. EA's generative AI evangelism now includes cover art AI tools were used to showcase the NHL 2026 edition. What is this? Yeah, I mean, these guys are just cutting corners. In Art Graders, it's just the AI voice changer that changes your own voice in-game into another voice. That's not even replacing labor because it's not in-game dialogue. It's your own voice going through a voice changer. Wait, that's how much people were mad about? That's what people were fucking upset about? Because I know I saw the tea a little bit from afar on Art Graders and how like they were not gonna get nominated or anything. They were getting pulled from nominations. No, there were AI voice lines. No, they use it for voice actors as well. Cutscenes have AI voice acting. There is AI voices for vendors, but it was a negotiated contract. I was literally just thinking about this while I was reading about the band sued recording Dogman Star. They spent the recording calling each other the C words, produced a hell of an album until AI. Wait, what? Okay, that seems crazy, but no, the characters and player voice lines have AI voice too. No, they do also have AI for items, shout calling, and NPCs, but I think the scenario still applies. They hired voice actors to call out dynamic events in-game. That's a lie. They use AI voice lines for comms callouts. I don't know. Some of the ping voice your character makes is also AI, but their argument is that there are so many voice lines that they can't bring in voice actors after every new update. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, I understand it. Yeah, they bring in voice actors, then use AI so they don't have to bring the voice actors back in to redo the lines. The devs did the same thing in the finals. I mean, okay. Doing research through chat. This is one of those things where it's this is one of those things where I think chat is fairly reliable. You know, we're talking about something that's like not as consequential. It's not like I'm doing research about like a political subject. I'm learning about it in real time from chat. You know. In physics, AI can be useful for certain tasks. To be fair, do you think artists don't do that? Every kind of art at this point is just an idea stolen from one form or another and simply processed by the human brain as output. When AI art gets to the point where you can't tell the difference, it still evokes feelings from the onlooker. My issue with AI is how it's used under a capitalist framework. I mean, yes, the ultimate problem always is capitalism. It can only displace labor under capitalism. Having said that, I do think you're still wrong. A dog shit doodle of a 5-year-old still has more humanity in it than an automated machine giving you an output that you required. Okay? So I think you're wrong, because the very essence of art, something that is almost inexplicable, but the very essence of art is that it is a human that makes it. Okay, it's almost like the closest you can arrive at conceptualizing the soul. And a robot lacks that. I'm not a very spiritual person, but this is the one area where I personally think that it is like what makes us human. Art is what makes us human. It's ironic because the soul isn't real, brother. Okay, don't get all fucking annoying atheist Andy, okay, with me. I'm just saying that although I'm not a spiritual person and am not like committed to the concept of a soul, I'm just saying there are still inexplicable things about humanity that even science has not been able to address, and what makes us human beings, or what I am conceptualizing as the soul, is best reflected in fucking art. Also, I think we can all agree that the one aspect of robots and automation was supposed to be that, like, we do the art and the robots do the fucking boring shit for us. How did we flip this where the robots are doing the art and we're still relegated to doing the boring shit? What the fuck? Will this take change if we get the true AI that is indistinguishable from consciousness? Not that this AI is even a fraction of that. Yes. Yes, if it was literally like complete, actual, real artificial intelligence the way that we understand it, then yeah. You should do one stream with emote only chat so we can see how much of your anger is because of your dumbass shatters, Hasan. I mean, you already know that. That's like called me. That's called me on a podcast, or me speaking at an event where I don't have immediate feedback from the most aggressive chatters of all time. In any case, what you're describing is an entirely separate piece of technology that doesn't even exist at this moment, and who knows what the world would look like if it did actually exist. So we can only entertain it as a hypothetical. But as far as creativity goes, as far as like our personal human experiences goes, I think that there's like, we're different than a machine, right? Our imperfections is what makes us human, and ultimately our experiences are the work that we put in to become artists. Every fucking stroke of the pen is work that plays a formative role in your output. All of your lived experiences play a formative role in your output. That's what makes art. And the machine replacing this is not like, I don't know what it is, but AI is becoming indistinguishable from, generative AI in some respects is becoming harder and harder to fucking figure out. Okay. Stop being utopian. Art is whatever you think is art. Tackle AI from a materialist perspective. Hasan, do you think dialectical materialism is just vibes? Art is whatever you say is art, even if it's soulless. Art is a superstructural construct. It is whatever you want it to be. Tackle it from a materialist perspective. Labor, capital, enclosure, not the spiritual angle. Come on, dog. I think it's fine to allow yourself to feel a little bit, okay? That is the most, I already have given you my materialist framework, okay? In terms of the damages of AI, it specifically is it's a damaging construct because it is being developed under a capitalist organization of the economy, which means that it's used as a labor displacing mechanism in an effort to draw out higher profit margins. Having said that, however, in terms of like art in and of itself, like what makes art, or what makes the things that you look at, yes, it is subjective. One argument is art is whatever makes you feel things. Okay, well, AI art makes me feel nothing. or it makes me angry. Okay? And I guess in that respect, it is technically still art. I'm not going to relitigate the whole like modern art is not real art because it's so stupid. Somebody put a ham sandwich to do critique of how silly modern art is. Someone made a ham sandwich and snuck it into a modern art gallery and put it on the wall, and everyone thought, wow, this is brilliant. Ironically enough, that in and of itself is also performance art in some ways. Okay, that person, without realizing, did critique of modern art and simultaneously engaged in art. But again, that person itself was a human being that put thought and effort and the initiative into this critique. I think I saw a deepfake of you that Lonerpox reacted to and blew up at you for like 2 minutes. You were saying something about Jews working in the Nazi party. It was super out of context, but something about it felt really not right. I don't even know what this is referencing, but it probably wasn't. It probably wasn't AI. It was probably just like the regular ass out of context shit. You know? Also, who cares? We literally learn to draw before we can talk. If anyone thinks art is anything other than an intrinsic language we all use to express ourselves, then I am sorry, grow up. Being a purely logical, I have no feelings. Andy is unproductive as being a sycophant. Not going to hear arguments about art from a community that watches loner box clips. Sorry, chatters. Yeah. I remember you saying that. It was out of context. Of course. Also, there were Jewish people working within the administrative structure of the Nazi party. What the fuck? Are people just like literally engaging in revisionist history now in an effort to get some dunks on me or something? Like, what the fuck? That did happen. What? Like it under no circumstance am I blaming Jewish people for the Holocaust in any way, shape, or form. And I don't even remember it in which context I was talking about the historical relevance of this. But, can you find a source on that? I didn't find anything. You didn't find anything. You did not find, you didn't find anything about Jewish people working within the Nazi ecosystem, the Nazi party structure. Did you actually Google this? Here's the clip. It was from your interview with the matter. I mean, why are you showing me these fucking losers, brother? Just give me the OG clip. Who gives a fuck about what these guys have to say? I'm kind of sad about the fact that the majority report is still so platinum pilled that there's new documentation about him having lied about not knowing his tattoo meant that they're actively not interested in. It was during the Trigonometry podcast where you critiqued the head of the Reform Party for being Muslim. Oh, yes. Okay. That doesn't, yeah. Also, this is literally the first thing that comes up when you Google it. Jewish collaboration within Nazi Germany. It's also the Zionist favorite fucking line of defense against anti-Zionist Jews is they literally consistently call anti-Zionist Jews capos. Okay? Now, obviously, capos are not directly within the party ecosystem. Having said that, it's something that I think many of my critics who themselves are upset about my statements about Israel are very familiar with, because it's a slanderous term that they deploy against anti-Zionist Jews with regular frequency. Yeah, capos are not exclusively Jewish, yes, but most commonly used by Zionists against anti-Zionist Jews nowadays. Anyway. Another rent is due clip trimp. I know, but no one gives a shit about this stuff anyway. Like the people that are already knowledgeable about the history, the people that are already knowledgeable about the history of the situation are familiar with what I'm saying. Okay. And the people that are just trying to get fake mad about it are doing it in bad faith because they've already lost the fucking entire argument. That's it. They've lost the argument on Israel, so they just like will endlessly try to punish people that were on the right side of history. Yeah, they can't defend Israel openly anymore because people will be like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? Shut your stupid ass mouth. So they have to be like, I'm actually pro-Palestine. And also these other pro-Palestine people that I spent every single fucking day shitting on are actually bad for the cause. It's stupid. I will now go ahead and take things out of context and try to make it seem like this progressive figure is actually not a real progressive. I'm a real progressive. It's basically another version of the fake centrism that you see from a lot of people who are actually right-wing, but they claim to be centrists. Okay? New episode of Pluribus is goated. I haven't seen it yet. Yeah. I mean, there are varying degrees. There are varying degrees of... They're mad that you get more attention from the Democrats. Just jealousy. I know. They should try doing good politics and having a worldview that they can... a worldview and a project that they want to advance. Half the time it's not even out of context, it's just people being absolute dumbasses. Yeah. My favorite version of this is the people that just completely hallucinate an alternative reality, and there is definitely an audience for it. I don't know where I saw this, but someone was talking about like how Asmongold did a video on me getting canceled. It's like Hasan is finished. His audience is coming after him. And apparently it was because I was like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but apparently it was because my audience was canceling me because of traditional Chinese medicine, and also because the horse racing, which is really funny because like I think there was one comment that we just like kind of laughed at, and that was it. But I guess that was enough for them to like clip that to be like, this is a real significant concern. He's finished. He's done. He is fucking done. He is so done. His community is leaving him in droves. They've realized that he is a fake socialist. Were we pro or anti horse racing? No, they were saying that the community was like very upset that I went to a horse race in fucking I went to a horse race in Hong Kong. But he's got more viewers. Yeah, that means his opinions are more correct. Nebraska is super upset. Yeah. That's how this works. Your subreddit is your biggest op? Oh, wait, was it my subreddit? Yeah. If you look at my subreddit and any of the comments from my subreddit and you take it sincerely, you are the biggest dumbass of all time. Dude, they're saying you made 30,000 USD bet on the horse races. No, I made a 1,000 Hong Kong dollar bet. I almost made 60 grand off of the fucking horse races. That is true. We have to cut the subredditors some slack. They're exposed to Chernobyl levels of radiation daily. Yeah. It was $150 that I put down. And then I made like 4 grand, almost 5 grand off of the horse race. Hasan, it's not even that deep. Not all of your fans need to agree with you on animal ethics. No, I 100% agree. And plenty don't. There's a shit ton of vegans. in my community that are always upset at me for eating. Always upset at me for eating meat, for example. That doesn't mean I'm fucking canceled. You can have disagreements with your favorite content creator. It's normal. I don't know why people think that this is like a major disagreement. It's a huge issue on the left in general. You know? It's entirely dependent on who chooses to make this a major deal. Yeah, there was also the people who were like, socialism. Anyway, have you ever ridden on stream? No. But I want to. I was good until you fled for a blonde blazer when Invisigal was right there. That's what made me stop being a fan. Okay, well, I will not be taking this disrespect. I will not be taking this disrespect. I think I did the right move. Do you think you can still ride? Yes. I can. Horse races, exploitation of animals to accumulate capital via gambling is a real L. Well, guess what, dude? It felt really good to win, though. I'm just saying. The fact that you called Waterboy a fucking loser was enough for me to burn all my mom's Hasan merch. Three people shot in downtown Washington, D.C. What the fuck? What the hell is going on? Blocks from the White House. Shooting confirmed by police in Washington, D.C. Took place blocks from the White House near the intersection of 17th Street. The coroner is home to... Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to that when we get to that. Well, I don't know what's going on, but here...
Let's start with the breaking.
Here's some news out of Hong Kong. At least 36 killed in Hong Kong fire with 279 still missing, authorities say. We're going to start here. Some of the chatters are so fucking psycho ever since the China trip. I know. There are... well... Every new thing I do, I pick up. Every new thing I do, I pick up a new variant of hater, right? Like there's people who are like, I really like Hasan, but I fucking hate China. And now I'm hearing about, him liking China. And that's really fucked up, right? Or there were plenty of October 7 leavers and stuff. This is going to be the story of the day. Yeah, every new thing that I do, there's going to be some fucking haters. And there are always going to be some people who just like cannot come to terms with it. It is what it is. People will be like, I actually really like this guy, but but this is a bridge too far, and now I'm his number one op, right? Hate is such a strong word. I mean, yeah, but there's a lot of people. The White House is on lockdown. 2 National Guardsmen have been shot. What the fuck? Okay, this is a little bit crazier than I expected. This story saw several shot, including National Guardsmen near White House. Jesus fucking Christ, what is happening? Okay, I take it back. Maybe this is a pretty big story. I thought it was like, I did not realize it was an issue. I don't usually cover breaking news, but what the fuck is happening here? We'll start here.
A live view of that area, a block from the White House on 17th and I Northwest. You see from the other angle we showed a moment ago where police were unfolding yellow tape, you could see...
I'm going back to China, bro.
Eisenhower Executive Office building, which is right next to the White House. And Chief, this is typically an area that is very busy, not only with folks who work there, but also with tourists. Given that it is a holiday week, you imagine that there are a lot of folks that are visiting D.C. Can you talk specifically about that area near the White House grounds and what it is like from a security perspective?
Well, I mean, it's quiet as far as crime goes. I mean, it is crowded. You have a lot of people that come down to this part of D.C. Obviously, that looks like 17th Street, that one shot that we were looking at there. But yeah, it's just a very busy area. But as far as crime goes, you might have a shoplift or a theft or something like that, and even that doesn't occur with any kind of regularity.
DC police says suspect in
Because you
custody.
have so many police departments in the city, and because you're so close to the White House, the patrol footprint is going to overlap with a lot of different agencies in that particular area: Secret Service, DC Police, even Metro Transit. There's not a, if my memory serves me correct, there's a Metro stop not too far from there as well. So there'll be a lot of agencies that are in that area just on a regular basis, not for any particular reason, just on a regular basis.
And as you've been
Is
speaking,
Trump down?
we just
No.
got in a statement from the White House saying the White House is aware and actively monitoring this tragic situation, and the president has been briefed. We should note the president is not at the White House right now, currently at his West Palm Beach golf club where he's spending the holiday. But as Boris was talking about, there are so many people in town. Typically, as we see in Washington, D.C., but especially so leading into the Thanksgiving holiday here. I mean, just talk a little bit about how tourists generally should approach the security situation in a place like D.C., where, as you mentioned, there are many different security apparatuses here. There are lots of moving
It's incredible
parts
how condescending you are. What do you mean?
To a situation like this,
About
what
what?
should tourists be thinking about as they come here to Washington?
About what's going on right now? I haven't even said anything.
Tourists, I mean,
Chatter might be on rewind right now.
enjoy the city. I mean, there are obviously going to be some areas that, you're going to see heightened security around the White House, for an example. But for the most part, tourists they just come, they visit, they visit Smithsonian's, they walk by the White House, grab a couple photographs and so forth. But I mean, it's not a difficult town to get around in. And even though there's a heavy police presence there because of so many different agencies, and it is our nation's capital.
You're just sitting there silently, acting like you're better than me. Everyone always does.
Unless you want to go into one of the secure buildings like White House, Capitol, and places like that. But just an average tourist, there's really, and they just move around.
Yeah. We're now joined by CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe, a former FBI deputy director. Andy, we are just learning from our producer that the scene has been secured. This is 17th and I, 1 block from the White House. There is a suspect currently in custody. Obviously, we have very limited details, just that several people were hurt. At least one member of the U.S. National Guard has been shot. Can you give us a sense of how an investigation like this begins, essentially? We have a suspect in custody, but now is when some of the real work begins.
Yeah, absolutely. So especially if we go back maybe half an hour or so before we learn this, just knowing there's been a shooting in that area, as Chief pointed out, you've got so many different agencies that are overlapping each other in this space. DC Metro PD clearly in the lead here. This is their turf, but you're in between the White House, where you have Secret Service, you've got Park Police. They have locations that they're responsible for all over the city. You've got the other federal agencies like the FBI. So there's the capability of a massive response. And usually I've seen it in responding to many situations in DC. You get an over response. People, officers on the street self-deploy to the area around the spot because they want to be helpful and they want to be able to kind of see what they can accomplish. And that's not that can be challenging with traffic and if you have medevac issues, it's tough to get ambulances in and out of there. But for this, where you're looking for a subject, the more law enforcement, eyeballs that you can put on that problem, the better off you are.
I'm too
so this
European
is also
for
an area
this.
where there is an extraordinarily high degree of video
I don't know.
capture.
I don't know what
Most
the fuck
of that is
happened.
private
And we still don't know what the fuck
residences,
happened.
things
But
like
I
that
guess they already have the
street-facing video capture. And so one of the first things
Secretary Noem says, please join me in praying for the 2 National Guardsmen who were just shot moments ago in Washington, D.C. Department of Homeland Security is working with local law enforcement to gather more information. Are they Are they okay? Like, I don't understand.
To a description.
Like, Associated Press says their condition is unknown.
Now, we don't know if it's video that led them to this.
Follow the latest news on President Donald Trump and his administration.
On the scene who may have seen things and been able to provide information. But it's great news that they have.
But yeah, I think it was.
Is responsible. That will.
I think the suspect is in custody already, right? Or is that also made up?
Manhunt in the nation's capital on the day before Thanksgiving.
FBI probing Democrats who told troops to defy legal orders. I mean, that's like the separate story. 2 National Guard soldiers were shot Wednesday near the White House, and their conditions aren't immediately known, according to 2 law enforcement officials not authorized to discuss the matter publicly, who spoke to AP on condition of anonymity. Emergency vehicles were seen responding to the area. The Joint DC Task Force confirmed they were responding to an incident in the vicinity of the White House following reports of the shooting. However, the spokesperson wouldn't immediately confirm or deny if the National Guard's members had been shot. President Donald Trump was at his West Palm Beach golf course. So we don't even know if they got shot. Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, we don't know what kind of, like, was there a... The scene is secured, 1 suspect in custody, according to the DC Police Department. But we don't know what level of harm came to the National Guardsmen that were shot. Like, did they get shot in the vest and have, like, you know, minor bruising, or did they get actually shot?
National Guard was.
There's a photo on Twitter.
To Washington D.C. as part of the president's push here, but also
Kash Patel's looking into it. Oh god, oh brother, we're so fucking cooked.
Typically be outside the White House in a spot like this. Again, a block from the White House.
Is this the event? Is this the
area,
triggering event for martial law? I don't
National
know.
Guardsmen, but obviously you would have police officers. Just what would
one is shot in the head? There's pigs. Wait, what?
You know, Omar, typically it's a super crowded area of the city. You've got to the south and east just a little bit. You have the whole White House.
Do not show on stream, but this dude is fucking dead for
where
sure.
You have the White House itself, the East Wing, the West Wing, the mansion. You've got the old executive office building next door with the the Treasury on the other side. You've got the Ellipse, Lafayette Square, all these kind of square block areas that are part of the White House.
There is a photo of a
controlled by the Secret
okay,
Service.
so there is a photo of a National Guardsman on the ground, and there's like a lot of blood on the ground. But the 2 people that are responding from, I think, Secret Service, U.S. Secret Service, are applying pressure to the wound, and it could be like an ear. It could be an ear, or he could have just gotten shot directly in the head. But I don't know. I can't tell from this photo.
Accounting firms, the lobbying firms, major corporate offices are all right in there on that, like, K Street corridor, L Street, all those areas going up Constitution Avenue into the more northern part of the city.
Or a non-fatal shot to the head. Yeah, it could be.
Office workers, professionals, people who are
Trump
leaving
got
their
shot in the
offices
head,
on foot, trying to
technically.
make their way to the metro train, or going down into the garage and bringing their vehicles up onto the street. So a lot of traffic, a lot of crowds, a lot of chaos in there normally. In addition, you have all those other law enforcement entities that we talked about. And any one of those entities, Park Police, FBI, Homeland Security, could have units out in vehicles doing whatever businesses they have to do, just patrolling, conducting investigations, in the case of Homeland Security folks, conducting maybe immigration activity. So it's a very dense, kind of charged area, both with civilians, with the people like cabinet members and people who would be going in and out of the White House doing business, and law enforcement. So that's why I think on our video now, you're seeing a lot of those different uniforms. Now, so add to this very confusing picture, the National Guard, who've been around in D.C. for a little while, so they're not quite as novel as they were in the first week or two. But these are folks who've basically been thrown into a pseudo law enforcement function, most of whom don't really have law enforcement backgrounds. And that adds, I think, a real wild card element to this thing. We don't really know how those folks would respond if confronted with a violent incident on the street with an armed person. So there's a lot of variability, I think, in the platform here, and so we'll have to just wait to see what more facts develop from the investigation.
Very important perspective there, as we're getting a new vantage point of the scene just about a block from the White House in Washington, D.C., where we've learned there's been a shooting. At least 2 National Guardsmen, according to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, have been shot. Police say that a suspect is currently in custody. Unclear at this point whether those guardsmen were actually targeted, whether they were responding to an already unfolding incident. Those details are being gathered as we speak, and we see a very large law enforcement presence there. We've seen
I just
ATF,
don't know.
U.S. Marshals,
I don't
FBI,
know what the response to this will be, because I feel like the counter to this is like, oh, National Guardsmen didn't even stop the leftist violence. Like they'll say like this is Antifa left violence, and then they'll say if the National Guardsmen couldn't stop this leftist Antifa violence, like I don't know who is supposed to be able to stop this Antifa leftist violence from Trump's perspective, and that they might say, they said suspect in custody, not the shooter. Well, I mean, yeah, the suspected shooter is in custody.
Obviously, you're going to want to make sure that you, at some point in time, interrogate that person, but first you want to secure him. We don't know. He could be one of the people shot. I mean, we just don't know a lot of information right now.
I mean,
so it's going to
did they send the Marines in this situation? Exactly is that what they would justify? I don't know. They'll probably try to say that this is like all a consequence of like violent leftist rhetoric.
And I heard Andy mention
it'll be a consequence of violent leftist rhetoric.
So close to the White House, you almost get an
they'll say, send in the Marines, or they'll say we have to be more aggressive in our apprehension and our prosecution of like people who are engaging in any sort of criticism of the administration's actions.
I would imagine between interviewing witnesses, recovering video, securing individuals. If the suspect is wounded at the hospital, you got a guard there. You got to process the crime scene, and hopefully they're not trampling all over the crime scene. I see tape up, but
nothing happened after Kirk. People thought that would be a triggering event. I don't think Trump would do something for a National Guard dude, to be honest. I know, but it's a buildup, right?
Like DC police would probably.
It's a buildup. It's a steady
agency, but if more
there was a lot of demand from the MAGA base after Charlie Kirk. They were screaming bloody murder, and they wanted revenge. They wanted revenge to be taken on the left. And I think like they tried to test it. They tried to test it and it didn't work that well. And basically, I feel like this is another point that they can add on to the consistent flow of propaganda.
Point in time, seeing National Guard troops on the streets of D.C. would have been a little bit more unusual. It's become a little bit more of the norm over the past few months as troops from multiple states have been in D.C. as part of President Trump's anti-crime crackdown. But one of the dynamics that Andy McCabe was talking about was sort of, usually on the streets you see police officers, you might see federal agents that typically are more used to interfacing with the public or dealing with situations, unfortunately, like this. We still don't know the circumstances here, but can you just tell us a little bit about how police are typically trained if there is a confrontation on the streets, if they run into a situation where someone may come up with a weapon, and where to go from there?
Well, I mean, obviously you have the de-escalation training, you have use of force standards that are in place. You have all these things that are part of the training. If my memory serves me correct, the basic training for Metropolitan Police Department officers, somewhere around 800 hours of training. And I'm not saying anything negative about the National Guardsmen. They have been deployed. They're doing what they've been asked to do. I see that they're armed. I don't know how much training they received in general, because, policing in urban areas is just different from what they're trained as part of the military. Now, having said that, we don't know the circumstances around this at all. So it's very difficult to say, but that's been a concern of mine early on. I was in D.C. last week, and I saw the National Guard, some of the National Guardsmen, walking down the street. They were in groups of 4. And I spoke to them. They spoke to me. I mean, it was just very casual. It was nothing out of the ordinary because, they've been there for so long now. People are starting to get used to it, at least in D.C. Anyway. But people in D.C. are just used to a whole lot of uniforms. I think there's something like 32 different.
Candelanian from MSNBC, now known as MS Now. DC police now saying a suspect is in custody after at least one National Guards member was shot in downtown DC. DHS secretary saying 2 were shot, and the fire department saying 3 people were taken to the hospitals. I don't like that whenever stuff like this happens, it's just like there's so much misinformation flying around. Like they need to, especially at a time when there's like unprecedented amounts of insecurity. Like there's not a lot of credibility for the administration or any of its organs. I hate that it's like I hate that there is this like misinformation flinging around. You should steal Clandis's move and blame Israel. I'm not going to do that. That's not what I do. Even if it's like even if it seemingly is a very successful method of immediately destabilizing the media landscape. That's my whole job. My whole shtick is to not do that. Is to specifically not do that. Here's some details from ABC News. Let's take a look. 2 National Guardsmen shot near the White House.
I mean, literally, you are, what, 2 to 3 blocks away from where we are here at our ABC News Bureau. We can see all the rescue crews, the police behind you. Tell us everything you know.
That's right, Kira. And as we ran to this scene, we could see National Guardsmen running here as well. You can see some of them set up here behind me. It is a chaotic scene. We just watched what appeared to be one of those 2 wounded National Guardsmen loaded into an ambulance that just sped off with a police escort. The scene seems to be concentrated, and it's difficult to see through these vehicles, but it seems to be concentrated inside the metro station. So if you look at that fire truck, on the other end of that fire truck is the entrance to the Farragut West metro station. It's often where National Guardsmen stage here in Washington, D.C. as they patrol the metro stations and attempt to keep them safe. And I can tell you, maybe just about an hour ago, Kira, I actually emerged from that metro station and I saw 2 National Guardsmen standing there. There were some others in and around the station. We do not know who was wounded, but we can report, according to 2 sources, that 2 uniformed military personnel were wounded, and sources tell us that the suspect here was also loaded into an ambulance. And it has since somewhat calmed here, although it is chaotic. But I can tell you, just mere minutes ago, Kira, we watched as EMS sprinted up here toward the metro station as tactical units with what appeared to be the Secret Service, because we're only a block away from the White House, also staged here, D.C. Metro Police as well. Obviously, we are very...
You predicted the MAGA response. Just a few days ago, Sikh Democrats claimed President Trump was issuing... I mean, these guys are so obviously, like... They're so obviously fucking grifting. We don't know any of the details of this incident, and MAGA Twitter has already started blaming Democrats for telling the military to not follow unlawful orders, which is the law. You know, it's just so fucking, it's crazy. Check the location on Twitter. No, it's Benny Johnson. It's Benny Johnson. It's Benny Johnson. He is in America, okay? It's Benny Johnson. We know he's in America, unfortunately. Overseas MAGA or domestic MAGA? No, it's Benny Johnson. It's domestic. He's one of our own. He's homegrown.
We will continue to get more information and bring it to you, but a tragic and a chaotic scene here.
Although technically you could say he's a foreign agent because he does get a Russian paycheck. Like that's not even a suspicion. That is quite literally that is real. Benny Johnson is a foreign agent. He has gotten money from the Russian government specifically to do anti-Ukraine, pro-Russia propaganda. That is not a meme. That is not a joke. That is real. That is the Tenet media controversy that took place. Air travel has been grounded around D.C. Jesus Christ. Okay, I mean, departures to Reagan National Airport grounded due to security incident. I mean, we keep saying, like, is this overreaction much? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The government is going overboard on it, but I don't know why they're doing that. Because we don't know what the details are. Benny Johnson received millions of dollars in what the DOJ said was a Russian government propaganda op, but a year later, it turns out no one in the right cares. He retains a fast-growing viewership and what appears to be a voice at the highest levels of the Trump regime. This is true. This is literally what happened, just so you know. He did get money from Tenet Media, from the Russian government directly to do pro-Russian commentary. Libs of TikTok has already moved on. And is saying, Libs of TikTok is saying, CNN guest just a few weeks ago compared the National Guard to Nazis. 2 National Guard members were just shot in D.C. These Democrats know exactly what they're doing. They wanted violence against the National Guard. Some MAGA accounts spreading a picture of a naked suspect being handcuffed looks like an Arab Muslim. Whenever this stuff happens, whenever stuff like this happens nowadays, it's just like instantly, instead of people saying, hey, let's wait for more details to come out, it's always first to market. Okay, there is no penalties for it, unfortunately, in this media environment. There are no penalties for being first to market. There's only benefits for being first to market. If you are the first person to quote unquote report on what took place and then instantly lock in what your suspicions are, it's over. Like, look, bro, can you summarize this shit one a day instead of posting this shit every hour? You literally didn't say anything useful again. I get farming, but this is pathetic. Define unlawful. The dots do connect, though. Words have consequences. Yeah, you have to get ahead of it. MK Ultra false flag to give military enlisted appetite for fighting domestic terrorists in the wake of Dems telling them not to obey unlawful orders. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Okay? That's crazy. Yeah, Tim Pool, my sources say Charlie Kirk is stable is another example of this. Aftermath of the shooting in downtown D.C., guardsmen and multiple people reportedly shot, and maybe others. Video passed along from someone nearby. Here, let me scan this real quick. See if there's anything crazy in this video. I guess you can. Oh, you just see an arrest being made. But you can't really tell. It is kind of like a YouTube comment section. They lodge the message on the first few hours because they know most people don't follow up after that and will just carry on with that message in their brains. Yeah. It's the same principle behind botting Reddit. Okay. It's the same principle behind botting Reddit. If you want discourse to flow, you put a narrative out there and then you instantly get the first couple comments off and you hit those comments with upvotes and you set the narrative. And then once you set the narrative, it requires a tremendous amount of undertaking to actually anchoring bias is correct. Exactly. Once you literally create the bias narrative, even if it is completely backed up with misinformation. By the way, I don't know what happened. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and act as though I know exactly what the motives of the suspect is. We don't even know if they got the actual suspect, the actual shooter. Okay. But basically this is exactly how the right operates. In the aftermath of every single shooting, and there are a lot of them in the United States of America, the right will automatically go, this is transgender, this is Antifa, this is the radical left, this is the radical Democrats, right? And they will try to set a narrative. And once additional information comes out that oftentimes will directly contradict that evidence, they'll just move on They'll either double down because there's no penalties, or they'll just move on to the next story, right? And there is basically nothing. There's basically nothing. There's no defense system. There is no accountability system to try and get ahead of this like misinformation. And even in this situation, I'm not even saying that this might not be correct. This might not be like I'm not even saying that this isn't one of the few instances where this is like a radical, Democrat or whatever, right? I'm not saying that at all. It could be, but we don't have any evidence for it. And they're just going along with this just like they do every single time. Every single time. Okay? We just simply do not know. We don't know anything yet, right? We don't know what the condition of we don't know the condition of the shooter. We don't know the condition of the National Guardsman. Like, we're trying to piece together details and try to figure out exactly what took place. But before we can even figure out what the fuck's going on, everyone on the right, including the fucking president, runs along with whatever narrative they want to use. It's crazy. I think this is a very dangerous media environment. Open Presence, thank you for the 25 of the subs. Donald J. Trump posts on Truth Social. You want to see the pic of the alleged suspect circulating? It's NSFW? Sure. Who cares about the condition of the shooter? I do. What do you mean? Of course I care about the fucking condition of the shooter. That's how you can figure out if the shooter is still alive or if the shooter is dead. That's how you can actually interrogate the suspect. What do you mean? Was it the actual suspect that they apprehended and shot? Or was it a fucking bystander that they thought was the suspect? Of course you should care about all the fucking details. What are you talking about? This is not a controversial opinion. I cannot believe that this is even being considered as a controversial opinion. What kind of fucking stupidity is running amok in my goddamn chat? Yes. Of course you have to care about the fucking condition of the suspect as well. How else are you going to do conduct a serious investigation? It makes it much more difficult to figure out and identify what the motives are. For example, photo of civilian possible suspect in Farragut West shooting looks like an Arab Muslim. He's handcuffed and stripped. Okay, the idea that like again, they're saying that this is a Arab Muslim. Jesus Christ, dude. Wait, is he fully naked? What the fuck? Again, I don't even know if this person is from the shooting. This account claims they took the photo. Source of this picture. If it was a suspect, you really think there would be no police or Secret Service agents surrounding him? Just DCFD? Clearly looks like a person that is being restrained, possibly due to mental health. Probably not even from today or related. It's real. Taken directly from above the scene. Yeah, I don't know. I can't trust the random anonymous Twitter accounts. It could very well be true, but again, I'm going to maintain my healthy skepticism on who on any of this information until it's coming from a reliable news outlet. And even reliable news outlets can sometimes be a little bit unreliable. All right, the animal that shot the two National Guardsmen, with both being critically wounded and now in two separate hospitals, is also severely wounded. But regardless, we'll pay a very steep price. God bless our great National Guard and all of our military and law enforcement. These are truly great people. I, as the President of the United States, and everyone associated with the office of the presidency, am with you. Are we cooked? I don't know. I don't know what. I mean, we're always cooked, but it's just a matter of how cooked we are. Like, we don't know how cooked we are yet. Everyone in America is cooked, regardless of whatever their politics are. Okay, we are living under the Trump administration. People are cooked because they can't afford things. People are cooked in general. People are cooked because the administration is incompetence. People are cooked because there's an incredible amount of destabilizing misinformation in the current media landscape. We're already fucking cooked, regardless of this shooting. We were cooked yesterday, and we're going to be cooked tomorrow. It's entirely dependent on the details of the shooting and how the administration moves after the shooting, that will determine how cooked we are. We might be deep fried, or we might be, moderately cooked, but we are cooked nonetheless. The shooting is not. The shooting is not entirely the reason.
National Guardsmen were shot. The D.C. police say that one suspect is in custody and that the scene is secure. That's according to the D.C. police, according to Kristi Noem, and according to sources who are talking to CNN. Now, our photojournalist Joe Merkel said that a witness to this said that she heard gunshots and that she saw 2 National Guardsmen getting CPR. That is one detail we can give you according to a witness who spoke to a member of our team here, Joe Merkel. Again, they're trying to secure the scene. They are trying to move vehicles and people away from this scene so that they can just get some more clearance here, guys. That's what I can tell you from the scene here. We hope to get more information very shortly.
Yeah, an active scene still behind Brian with some traffic moving by, but also blocked off. I want to bring back in our panel as well. Jonathan Wackrow, former Secret Service agent, Chief Charles Ramsey, former Metro Police Chief, and former Deputy FBI Director Andrew McCabe. Good to have all of you here. Chief, I want to start with you because we heard and saw some of Brian's report there that yes, they had the main portion of the scene, of course, that had investigative value blocked off, but also trying to manage what was clearly a fast-moving, leaving work traffic situation going on the other side of this. When you try to secure a scene like this and obviously begin a very serious investigation of 2 guardsmen shot here, how do you balance where that scene, where the division of that scene is from where the public can access versus this, and how do you control when this does happen in the middle of a busy metro area like this?
Well, they certainly have enough resources there on the scene. And so they'll be securing the actual location where the shooting took place, but then they have to have a much broader area. And that's why you're starting to see other streets being shut down. They're going to try to identify the people that own the vehicles in that area and get them out of there and so forth. Now we know this person is not only in custody, but severely wounded. So you're not going to get any statements from this individual, but at the same time, they know exactly who this person is.
But like Trump is saying he's severely wounded. The photo that they're showing that is supposedly the suspect being arrested does not show severe wounding at all. And other resources have said that he's not severely wounded. So are we actually listening to Donald Trump on this?
Between the FBI and the D.C. police, they're going
because I don't know
right now.
I know the suspect is in custody, according to the Associated Press. I trust the Associated Press on this. But we don't know the condition of the suspect. The only was also shot and has injuries that are not believed to be life-threatening, the source said. Okay? So the Associated Press is saying that he's not severely wounded. Donald Trump is saying he is severely wounded. Emergency medical responders transported all 3 victims to a hospital, according to Vito Maggiolo, the public information officer of the D.C. Fire and Emergency Services.
Whoever's in charge, the incident commander, is establishing that footprint and giving people specific assignments in terms of what they need.
I don't like that
right now.
I don't like that. Every single time something like this happens, there's always the fog of breaking news, and there's a shit ton of misinformation that flies around. But it has gotten significantly worse, and I'm saying this as like someone who's been doing this for 12 years now. Okay. As someone who's been doing this for 12 years and doing live stream broadcasting full time, at least for like the last 7-8 years, it has gotten radioactive. It has gotten significantly worse. Like the media landscape has gotten so much worse in that time frame. Like back in the day, there were some people who would get shit wrong, right? And they would apologize for it. Or they would like immediately come out with new information. They would say, hey, we got this wrong. And it was primarily mainstream resources that would do this, right? Nowadays, nowadays you have official organs of the government. The fucking president. The president himself just like completely obfuscating the truth and basically going along with like biased narratives, making shit up. It's devastating. Do you think it's because of the rise of independent media like TikTok, so it was a rush to market to compete with that? I think there is definitely, that definitely plays a role in this. That 100% plays a role in this. But the irony, of course, is that for people like myself, for people who are also capable of critical thinking and media literacy, this is when mainstream resources are more important than ever before. Because I would much rather go to a place where I know has credible, reliable information than be the first to get information that is false. I would rather the mainstream outlets wait for more information to come out instead of rushing to control the narrative, for example. And to their credit, you're glorifying a past that never existed. No, that's not true. That's not true. I think with the way that information disseminated in the past, because it was so heavily, tightly controlled in the hands of like a select few, were there moments, were there opportunities for the mainstream to like drive home whatever kind of narrative they wanted? Absolutely. Having said that, in terms of breaking news and information that came out during events like this, the overwhelming prevailing narrative was never whatever some random dipshit made. And yes, if you're talking about foreign policy, that's entirely different. We're talking about domestic breaking news incidents. Okay? What you are describing is something that I'm also very familiar with, something that I talk about quite a bit in terms of creating a unified message on foreign policy that aligns with the State Department goals. The mainstream media has historically always been on board and has always actually misinformed the public in an effort to basically galvanize the public. Dispatch Dev here, so cool to see you play the game. It's fucking amazing. I love it. It feels like a game that was made specifically for me. I know it's not, but it's so perfect for me and this community. Anyway. Even though I got cucked in the first 2 episodes. But hopefully we're going to turn it around today. Anyway, I genuinely do not believe that we've ever had. I genuinely don't believe that we've ever had this level of misinformation on domestic incidents and this much misinformation being flung around. There was a punishment. There was also a self-sustaining ecosystem, even in like 2016 or whatever, when right-wingers would come out and say fake shit. There were other right-wingers that would go, okay, well, I don't want to be misinformed. There is definitely something that has changed in the mindset of the collective where people would rather be misinformed in a biased fashion than to know what the truth is now. Like, I think our collective consciousness has shifted. It's no longer relegated to like the edges of the internet or anything. It's just like literally we are now officially living in an era where people would much rather not know what the truth is and go along with whatever bias that they had beforehand on any incident. I mean, even the Charlie Kirk, Israel killed Charlie Kirk narratives was a great example of this. Like that, like one singular figure, Candace Owens, who's now saying that the French government is trying to assassinate her and may have even played a role in the assassination of Charlie Kirk on top of like Israel. But that one singular person was able to literally single-handedly change the goals of the federal government, change the goals of the White House in terms of the biased narrative that they were going along with in the Charlie Kirk assassination. They wanted to be like, this is a trans-Antifa assassination, and they came out of the gates swinging in that regard. And then Candace Owens came up and was like, no, Charlie Kirk was my bestie, was my work wife, and I think it was Israel. And that threw a wrench in the plans of the government. It's crazy. What is that if not a clear-cut indication that it's actually like that people can just like make up shit or go along with unreliable narratives that as long as like enough people are committed to believing, you can get, you can actually change the way that people are dialoguing on whatever fucking new incident that took place, even if there is enough bias and enough momentum from the government.
But also the video capture of whatever security cameras, and remember where we are in
The French gendarmerie killing Charlie Kirk because Brigitte Macron is transgender is like a parody of a conspiracy theory, but Candace heads still believe it. If it's crazy, I know.
At least a visual of
I know, it's fucking nuts.
What happened and, importantly, how it started. One of the great disadvantages here is this is not your typical police-involved shooting where it was put over the radio as it was happening.
Director, FBI Director Cash Patel on scene after the shooting of 2 National Guardsmen. I mean, he's going to fuck this up, and I'm telling you right now, not only is he going to fuck this up, and that's a given, but not only is he going to fuck this up, but also when he fucks this up, it's going to turn into he's going to get fired after he fucks this up. That's what I'm calling, okay? Because especially the private jet stuff for his girlfriend was, I think, seemingly enough, or maybe a bridge too far for even the administration, even the Trump administration. That there was enough like there was a lot of criticism of Cash Patel in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk stuff, and then it reached a boiling point with the private jet incident and his incompetence and his endless need to be in front of the camera and reveal far too much information about like ongoing investigations that end up creating an environment for defense attorneys to yell about prosecutorial bias is paired up with the fact that his girlfriend was taking fucking paired up with the fact that his girlfriend was taking like private jets, like the FBI's private jet to and from Mar-a-Lago and stuff. I think led to at least some feelers being thrown out in the media. There was the MS Now report. There was the MS Now report that came out claiming that Cash Patel might be on the verge of being fired. House Speaker Hakeem Jeffries, what? This has nothing to do with what I was talking about. Cash Patel's girlfriend suggests that, wait, what? Cash Patel's girlfriend suggests that Senator Mark Kelly's video is responsible for the shooting of the National Guard. Okay, this is the narrative, I guess. This is the narrative for MAGA. They're going to say Mark Kelly is responsible for the National Guardsmen being shot. They're not going to go with like, this is trans-Antifa. They're going to say this is actually the Democrats. Liberal Democrats are responsible for this because they said that the liberal, like a couple liberal Democrats came out with a video saying that you have a duty to not follow unlawful orders. This was from a couple days ago. A bunch of Democrats came out and posted a video. Does anyone have the video? I'll just show it to you right now. It's fucking crazy because like there are different routes that they can go with. And this is one of them. And they are predictably choosing the dumbest one, I think. They can't say Antifa as there is no Antifa. Like you keep saying there's no prominent left wing that people can point to. Yeah. Trump backs Cash Patel after report that he considered. Here was the Cash Patel saga. Trump said he backs Cash Patel after there was a report a report came out that said that he was considering ousting the FBI director. But reports like that don't get floated around unless there is already discontent. Okay. This kind of information only comes out because there are some people in those rooms that are sending this information to the media. Okay. It's usually you feed it, you quote unquote leak it, so you test out whether or not, like how the public will respond to it. Trump comes out and says it's fake news. It doesn't really matter. A couple weeks later, you'll see whether or not it was fake news or not. Okay. The Roach King is already running with that narrative right now on his channel. Someone, it's also your fault. Yeah, everyone has their own version of everyone has their own dog in this fight, right? Asmongold has horse blinders on, and I'm his number one op, so of course he's going to always lead back every new thing that happens in the media back to me. But that is utterly irrelevant. That is utterly irrelevant. What's more relevant is, I think, what MAGA Twitter is going off of. And MAGA Twitter is saying that it's like the Democrats that, like, that was the big story, right? The big story for MAGA this past week was that Democrats were saying that, you have a duty not to follow unlawful orders in the military. And that's, I think, the reason why these guys are all going along with that narrative, saying that it's the Democrats that said you have a duty in the military to not follow, defy unlawful orders. Here, this is the video. Okay, breaking: elected Democrats just released a video encouraging members of the military to commit treason and defy orders for Trump and Hegseth. They did not do that. They actually elected Democrats. And all of them are either like CIA or actually are veterans themselves. They did not actually say you should commit treason. They said you have a duty not to follow unlawful orders. That is the truth. That is literally one of the most important differentiating factors within the American military as opposed to other militaries in general. Go offline. Okay, you got it.
Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day
to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
No, is treason. Trump is correct. Dog, the American military literally has, like, this is different from other militaries around the world. Whether people oblige or not doesn't matter, okay? But having said that, it is literally a rule in the rule books, okay? It is a part of the code of military conduct. It is right there. When you're swearing your fucking oath, it straight up says you as a sworn officer have, or a military active duty service member, have a duty to not abide by unlawful orders. Okay? This is simply, you can even disobey a superior officer. Disobey a superior officer. Defenses to the UCMJ Article 90 and UCMJ Article 92. Okay? It is a part of the military code of conduct in the United States of America. In the United States of America, this is a part of the military code of conduct. Okay? Their oath is to the Constitution and not to their commanding officers or their superior officers, and that therefore, if their commanding or superior officers give them an unlawful order, right, like execute a prisoner of war, for example, you have a duty not to oblige, okay? It is illegal to execute a prisoner of war, for example, right? You're not supposed to do that. If your superior officer gives you an order to execute a prisoner of war, you literally can say, no, I refuse. You will still most likely get thrown in prison, okay? You will still most likely get thrown in prison, but the reality of the matter is the courts, like military courts, will find you to be acting out in a lawful manner. Of course, if the action is deemed lawful, then that soldier is royally fucked. This is true, but it doesn't matter. Okay? West Virginia governor is claiming that both of the guardsmen have passed away, but I don't know how much we know about the fucking, I don't know. I don't know if I can actually trust the West Virginia governor here, but it is with great sorrow that we can confirm both members of the West Virginia National Guard who were shot earlier today in Washington, D.C. have passed away from their injuries. These brave West Virginians lost their lives in the service of their country. We are in ongoing contact with federal officials as the investigation continues. I guess we can trust the governor on this. I don't know. The entire state grieves. I don't know what to trust anymore. You're fucking wrong, bro. Just admit it. Trump was right about everything. Yes, you're correct. Trump is right about everything. I mean, I guess if he's saying it, I mean, he is in charge of, he would know. Because if these were West Virginian National Guardsmen, then he would probably know. Is the Associated Press reporting on their deaths? If they are, then yes, this is real. National Guards members have died in the shooting near two West Virginia. Okay, so both of the National Guards members from West Virginia were killed. Two West Virginia National Guards members shot Wednesday near the White House have died, the state's governor has said. Governor Patrick Morrisey confirmed their deaths in a social media post. A suspect now in custody. Was also shot and has injuries that are not believed to be life-threatening. The source said one National Guard member was shot in the head, according to a person familiar with the details of the incident who spoke to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity. Anyway, going back to what we were talking about, the reason why the Republicans have decided to attack these Democrats, specifically Mark Kelly, is because of this video. Okay, this video came out last week, November 18th, 2025. They released this video saying, you have a duty not to follow unlawful orders if your superior officer commands you to do something that is unlawful. Okay? And this seemingly is the direction that they're going to take this this incident in. Okay? Here, this is the video.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals
against American citizens.
like us. You all swore an oath.
To protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
Yeah. This is literally just correct. Okay? This is just straight up a thing you can say. Okay? This is as totally normal of a thing to say as is like you have a First Amendment right, you have a Fourth Amendment right. You know what I mean? If they came out and basically said like, oh, you know, you have a right to not you have a right to not get harassed by police officers and have them break into your house. Like, you should know your rights. You know how like ICE, there are anti-ICE initiatives from like the ACLU that will tell people both in Spanish and in English like what rights you have if there is a raid being conducted. If there is a raid being conducted on your home, if they don't have a judicial warrant, they do not have a right to come into your house, right? They will try to trick you. They will try to break into your house. Like, basically saying that these are your constitutional laws, or these are your constitutional rights, is not actually something that is illegal. It is illegal to technically violate the Constitution.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law
or our Constitution.
We know this is hard.
And that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
The Army,
Our Navy,
The Air Force.
Your vigilance is critical.
and know that we have your back.
because now, more than ever,
The American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution,
and who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
Yeah. And for the record, they launched an investigation into Mark Kelly. Yeah, the White House has supported the Department of War's investigation into Senator Mark Kelly, and I think what Senator Mark Kelly was actually trying to do is intimidate the 1.3 million active service members. That is fucking ridiculous. Remember, the American military is vast, the American military is diverse, the American military reflects the American government and the American population, and therefore there are a lot of fucking libs in the American military as well. The idea that this is like the idea that this is what is happening here was like already super illegal is really silly and really stupid. But the FBI was seeking interviews with them lawmakers over the video because it's lawfare, it's intimidation. They're trying to, it's not going to work. Or even them trying to fucking tie this new shooting that took place that killed 2 National Guardsmen from West Virginia in D.C. This is breaking news for those of you just tuning in. Them trying to tie it back to these 6 Democrat lawmakers is idiotic, okay?
Is with 6 Democratic lawmakers over this video they posted on social media with a message to service members.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, this is it, okay? At West Point, cadets walk past a plaque that says our officers must follow the law if orders ever conflict with it. That is how our military has protected this nation for generations. This is somewhat unique to the American military, for the record. Okay, it is quite literally, a fundamental difference with many other nations' militaries. Okay, that the military, first and foremost, serves the Constitution, does not serve the whims of the president. I'm not like getting super libbed up here. It's just facts. Okay? Our American Code of Military Obedience requires that should orders and the law ever conflict, our officers must obey the law. Okay? It is super clear cut. It is super duper clear cut. It's an important statement. And the very fact that these 6 Democratic lawmakers are reflecting on this does not mean you can't consider this to be fucking treason, okay? It's completely ridiculous. The United States boldly broke with the ancient military custom of swearing loyalty to a leader. Article 6 required that American officers thereafter swear loyalty to our basic law, the Constitution, okay? While many other nations have suffered military coups, the United States never has. Our American Code of Military Obedience requires that should orders and the law ever conflict, our officers must obey the law. How does this even link to the shooting? I'm confused. This links to the shooting because the Republicans are trying to link it back to these Democrats. Okay? Not only did they try to get the FBI to investigate these lawmakers, Donald Trump said that these Democratic lawmakers were actually committing treason and must be punished severely. Killed. Okay? And the Republicans, in the immediate aftermath of any new shooting, have decided that they are going to look for scapegoats. One of the scapegoats that they've identified, because this was like the last thing that Republicans were lasered in on, is the 6 Democratic lawmakers that came out with this fucking video. One of the people that on MAGA Twitter that I identified early on was doing this was Benny Johnson. Okay? Just a few days ago, 6 Democrats claimed President Trump. It was 47 minutes ago. This is before we even knew that the National Guardsmen were actually killed, right? Just a few days ago, 6 Democrats claimed President Trump was issuing unlawful orders to the military and the troops must resist. 2 National Guards members were just targeted and shot in Washington, D.C. I reposted to say, we don't know any of the details of the incident. MAGA Twitter has already started blaming Democrats for telling the military not to follow blaming Democrats for telling the military to not follow unlawful orders, which is the law. Okay? It is fucking ridiculous. They say woke-stitution. They're honestly really stupid. The Constitution was designed to protect everyday people and workers, to make sure they are represented. If you think that's a bad thing, you're stupid. I mean, Republicans have never actually given a shit about the Constitution. Let's be real. But they do lean into it as though they are the protectors. Now, here's Kash Patel's girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins, who also said, leaning into what Eric Doherty had said, it was another conservative MAGA Twitter guy, Democrats told the country that President Trump is giving illegal orders to the military and that it is incumbent upon the military to rebel or they're betraying the country and Constitution. Alexis Wilkins said, while everyone on X is fighting, the left is still attacking people who wear the uniform and support this country simply for doing so. There are more important things in this world and far bigger enemies who actually hate us and do, in fact, want to kill us. Pray. Here is, from 2 days ago, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt talking about how the White House is supportive of the Department of War's investigation into Senator Mark Kelly for that same video that I showed you earlier.
The White House is supportive of the Department of War's investigation into Senator Mark Kelly, and I think what Senator Mark Kelly was actually trying to do was intimidate the 1.3 million active duty service.
Yeah, if you tell people not to speed or if you tell people to stop at traffic stops, okay, you're actually intimidating the 100 million commuters. Okay, you're intimidating them. Clearly, you know. When you tell, I mean, they do unironically do this when Tom Homan goes on television and says like, oh, the ACLU telling people what their rights are is actually impeding on our active investigations. Like they should stop telling people. It should be illegal to inform people what their fucking constitutional rights are. So like they are unironically waging war against the American Constitution. They are unironically waging war against the truth. So this is not new. It's just that the government itself is actively taking the initiative now to try and make it seem as though it is treason to reflect on the pre-existing fucking duty, the pre-existing oath that active duty service members take to the Constitution and the rules that determine the rules that actually the rules that are actually different than other militaries of other nations that say if you are given an unlawful order, if there's a contradiction between the order that was issued to you and the law, you should follow the law. You must follow the law.
Members who are currently serving in our United States Armed Forces with that video that he and his Democrat colleagues put out. Senator Mark Kelly well knows the rules of the military and the respect that one must have for the chain of command, and that all lawful orders are presumed to be legal by our service members. You can't have a functioning military if there is disorder and chaos within the ranks. And
she accidentally said it and then had to stop. Look. You hear this? Look.
Service members. You can't have a functioning all orders that one must have for the chain of command, and that all orders.
I mean, all orders. She tried to literally shit on Mark Kelly and defend this investigation that is happening into Mark Kelly, and then repeated what Mark Kelly was saying while simultaneously claiming it's treasonous. There you go. All orders are lawful. No, it's not. It quite literally is not the case. That's the reason why there's a distinction here. So stupid.
Orders are presumed to be legal by our service members. You can't have a functioning military if there is disorder and chaos within the ranks, and that's what these Democrat members.
And no, not every single order made by the president is lawful. Okay. As a matter of fact, with this president, definitely not lawful. Okay. It is ridiculous. Yeah, presumed to be lawful. All orders made by the president are presumed to be lawful. No, that's not how that works. Yeah, the other meta is blaming CNN and saying that like CNN is also instigating this violence against the National Guards. Like it doesn't really work for the Democrats in general. It doesn't really work for the Democrats in general because like Democrats don't say anything even remotely violent. And even if you were to say something about someone like myself, like I don't actually shit on the National Guard in general. I do think that it's illegal to deploy the National Guard. I think it's silly to deploy the National Guard. Having said that, I've never fucking demanded violence against the National Guard either. So like they're just gonna try and fling shit at the wall to see what sticks. And there's not really many people, especially amongst the liberal American commentariat and the liberal American base of support in general, that actually shits on the National Guard. Most people just go, these are our neighbors as well. And they have a lot of reverence for the military in general. So I don't necessarily see any of this stuff sticking. I mean, it didn't even stick with the ICE agents that were shot by, again, another fucking or not the ICE agents that were shot. He didn't actually shoot the ICE agents. He was trying to shoot the ICE agents allegedly, and then ended up shooting a bunch of people in custody and killing a bunch of people in custody. But even then, they were trying to be like, this is the trans Antifa leftists doing this shit. And it, you know.
No one has to carry out
Reverence? You mean fear and dread? No, liberals. The average liberal has tremendous respect for not only just the National Guard, but just the military in general. What are you talking about? Liberals love the military. Americans, by and large, have a lot of respect for the military. Much of that respect is just like, oh, you know, you must salute the military. But or it's just like a talking point that people repeat over and over again. But there is definitely a real level of respect for active duty service members. Yeah, did that chatter just forget the past 4 years of Joe Biden ending every single goddamn speech with "God bless our troops"? Yeah, God bless America, God bless our troops. Just a few weeks ago, Oregon Congresswoman Maxine Dexter said the National Guard coming to cities is tyrannical and dangerous. Yeah, this is correct. It is tyrannical and dangerous. They're not blaming the National Guardsmen for it. They're blaming the fucking president for it. These guys are so stupid.
Maxine Dexter, Oregon's 3rd, checking in after what I would say is an indefensible ruling by the Ninth Circuit that opens the door to National Guard troops being deployed in our peaceful city. Let's just be clear. Portland is not lawless. We have been extraordinary in our resistance to Donald Trump's fairy tale about our city. We have remained peaceful, persistent, and clear that we do not bend the knee to Donald Trump and his wannabe kingmanship.
I like that this is somewhat MAGA coded because she's in a moving vehicle. Okay. Doing this front-facing camera in a moving vehicle is very MAGA coded. Respect.
And we will continue to be so. This ruling must be challenged, and we must remain steadfast in our peaceful resistance to Donald Trump, the tyranny he is trying to take onto our cities and across this country, and what I would say is an extraordinarily dangerous
It seems she's not driving. I know. That's why it's not MAGA coded. She's not wearing a skin-tight Oakleys around her face. I'm taking points off for not wearing skin-tight Oakleys, not actually driving, and the Alex Jones method, which is the best version of this, where Alex Jones not only is driving, but also holding his phone with one hand and then swapping hands and grabbing the wheel sometimes, not all the time. Oftentimes, both hands are off the wheel and using his hand to communicate while holding his phone like this. And wearing a seatbelt, too. Again, less MAGA points for that, too.
By militarizing our city and moving towards a dictatorship. We will be united. We will remain peaceful. I was just in D.C. trying to work out how we were going to get out of this government shutdown, and I'm heading back to Portland now so I can be with you tomorrow. Let's continue to stay loud, stay peaceful, and I'll see you soon.
How are people connected? Can you please explain the conservative logic behind connecting Mark Kelly's statements to National Guardsmen being targeted? I'm so confused about this connection. Okay. I'm going to give you homework, okay? Take the biggest frying pan you have in your kitchen and slam your head with the frying pan until your prefrontal cortex is reduced to nothing, okay? And once you get to that level of stupidity, you will be able to understand. You will be able to understand this connection. You will start making connections where no such connections exist. Okay? If you lobotomize yourself, the John Fetterman method, okay? If you have a life-altering aneurysm through a blood clot in your brain, you will be able to start making these connections that other fake news demon rats are incapable of making. Other things you can do. Lead exposure. Okay? Crunching on the popcorn ceilings that you might have in your home, like to get asbestos, poisoning. Taking out the batteries from your carbon monoxide warning system in your house, and then turning on your grills so that there's a gas leak going on. Like, these are the many different ways in which you can become a Republican, and then you will understand how they make these connections. The point I'm trying to make is there is no fucking real connection. There is none. There's none at all. They are trying to actively tie these two things together, even though the inciting incident is not even something that's worthy of scrutiny. It's just Mark Kelly and 5 other Democratic lawmakers telling the military that they have a duty not to follow unlawful orders. That's it. They are reflecting on the pre-existing code of conduct within the United States military. This is not treason. No matter how hard Donald Trump claims it is, no matter how much they yell about it, it's not treason. Okay? Mercury might be quicker if they play with the forbidden liquid. Yeah. Here's Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. There's another person that they're yelling at. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson leading a protest against the National Guard with disgusting signs demonizing them. The disgusting signs are "No soldiers in our streets." Union strong. Vote blue. Look at these disgusting signs. Fire RFK Jr. before more people get sick and die. Another sign that says, Trump is a dictator. Yeah, we don't negotiate with fascists. No troops in Chicago. You know, incredibly stupid shit. Yeah. They should have signs that instead say yes to troops in Chicago. Please, more military deployment at the domestic front, please. This is what we demand. Great. Now, J.D. Vance is going to speak on the shooting, but I did want to also add one other thing to the conversation. In their endless interest of flinging shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, Libs of TikTok is also claiming that a CNN guest just a few weeks ago compared the National Guard to Nazis. 2 National Guard members were just shot in D.C. These Democrats know what they're doing. This is what led to it. Also, the person that she's calling a former Democrat or a Democrat is actually a Major General Randy Manner, the former acting vice chief of the National Guard Bureau. Just a Democrat.
Actually, what the president is doing through the Secretary of Defense is creating units, official military units, to, quite frankly, watch the American people. And that's the thing that is absolutely abhorrent. It reminds me so much of what happened in Germany in the 1930s. Actually, what the president is.
Wow. Guys, once again. Oh, Phoenix Emoji. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Now, I do need you to understand something here, okay? All of this comes down to one singular need. Wait, what? Morsi is walking his previous statement? Breaking. Morsi has now walked it back, saying we are now receiving conflicting reports about the condition of our 2 Guard members. What the fuck did I tell you? What the fuck did I tell you? Okay. What did I tell you? I mean, it could still be very well true for the record. His previous statement could very well still be true. I wasn't here. What did he say? When the initial report came out from Governor Patrick Morrisey that both of the National Guardsmen had been killed, like both of the National Guardsmen that were shot were shot and sent to the hospitals, and that they had been killed, I said, let's just wait. Because even the governor might get it wrong. It's just, accidents happen in moments like this, and people are in a rush to be first to first to inform the public. I'm not as mad at the governor for doing this, because this is more so like an unfortunate mistake rather than someone who is like deliberately trying to spark up drama and chaos. How do you fuck that up as a goddamn heart monitor? Because he's not there.
Joey, a big development, and one that I would pray to say may be happy. The governor of West Virginia has just provided an update saying we are now getting conflicting reports about the conditions, and that we will provide additional updates once we receive more complete information. This is Patrick Morrisey, Republican governor of West Virginia, who had made the news on social media just a few minutes ago that those service members had died. His latest statement indicates that he's getting conflicting information. Joey, it's an emergency. There's chaos. There's absolutely a lot of back and forth happening between the governor's mansion.
AP said they're dead following the reporting of the governor, though. See? They haven't even updated yet. This is new. remember, when you come to the HasanAbi broadcast, when you come here, the Piker Broadcasting Service, when breaking news is happening, we oftentimes have information before the producers get to it in all of these other media outlets. Do you understand? Which is why there is no, which is why the reporting has not changed yet. But I'm sure if we keep refreshing this page, eventually the AP will also say that the Governor Patrick Morrisey confirmed their deaths and then went back on it. Was rewatching your Lena Khan interview the other day and you had her thoughts on a recent ruling in the FTC's favor before anyone else? Yeah. This is also why you don't like covering breaking news? Yes. There's a reason why I don't like covering breaking news. This is it. Because there's already a structural issue with instantly. There is already a problem with there's already a problem with reporting in real time on stuff like this because there's a lot of chaos. That's why I more so focus on the immediate narratives that come from MAGA in moments like this, while weighing the accuracy and the veracity of the information that's coming from reliable sources, the governor being a reliable source, even though I was still skeptical of the governor's initial statement because it's too, everyone has the capacity to get something wrong. Okay. Yes, the governor in this circumstance, as someone who has direct knowledge of the National Guard and troop positions and what they're up to, would probably have verified information. So it's understandable to assume the governor is working with reliable information. Okay, credible information. And the Associated Press, because it's such credible information that the Associated Press also went along with it and said that the 2 West Virginia National Guard members were killed. Because if you look at their reporting, it says Governor Patrick Morrisey confirmed their deaths in a social media post. Notice how they didn't independently verify it because they assume that the governor of West Virginia is not going to fucking speculate. Except in 2025, you definitely do need to go and find additional sources. That's just the truth. Especially because the West Virginia governor is now walking that back. We are now receiving conflicting reports about the condition of our 2 Guards members. But we don't know. They might have still passed away. I'm just saying that the only source of credible information on this has come from the governor. No one has independently verified this. As far as I've seen so far, none of the outlets have independently verified this, and they're reporting on it off of what the governor has said. Okay? But to be fair, the governor's initial statement might be correct. Remember, the governor's initial statement might be correct. They might have actually passed away. Okay? How do you independently verify? You send a reporter to the hospital. That's how you independently verify. You get a reporter to call up the hospital. Or you send a reporter physically to the hospital. That is how you would independently verify it. You would have to go and confirm with a first-hand account. Confirm now, I think? No, this is the old post. That's private info, though? What do you mean that's private information? What are you talking about? This is like information that's important for the public to know. This is the most consequential national news story right now. The fuck?
If these are his troops, as well as what's happening here in the nation's capital. But some slimmer of good news that perhaps at least one or both of these service members may be okay. The governor went on to say our prayers are with these brave service members, their families, and the entire Guard community. I would imagine we'd get a much more definitive stance of where things are when we have the official update from D.C. police, as well as top federal law enforcement.
HIPAA, the hospital will not inform you on the patient's status unless you're a relative. I know. I'm saying that... I'm saying that you go and you try to verify through someone who is a doctor or through someone who is there. You can get additional confirmation, okay? You can go to the National Guard. You can go to immediate family members. You ask a relative. The relatives will know. The relatives will be informed. Chatters can't conceptualize that while family members have the right to deny sharing information, they can also choose to disclose it to a reporter if asked. Exactly. There are a bunch of people. There are a bunch of people that are. No, you can't verify from the doctor that's illegal. It would have to be a non-medical professional. So wrong. Okay. Okay. Not the doctor, not the healthcare professionals. You can, there are methods of verification is all I'm saying, okay? You can ask the fucking immediate family members. The governor jumped the gun, in my opinion. It's not policy to release that information until the family has been informed. The point I'm making is that it can be independently verified. Okay?
Officers, the governor of West Virginia here clarifying his statement on social media. No indication that these service members may be out of the woods. Of course.
Also, you still can ask the doctor. The doctor won't tell you, but you can still ask.
Of course not. This is horrific, and it just happened within the last 2 hours. But there is that possibly slimmer of good news that maybe one or both of those service members may still be alive. It's you imagine when Joey, there's a lot of crossed wires here. Medical conditions, people in the hospital trying to convey what's going on. But the official word has not come down from federal law enforcement. Instead, that was the governor of West Virginia who said that. Joey, the second I hear any more, and we're praying for all of those service members, we'll let you know. Joey?
My simple point that I was making was that news outlets should still try and independently verify this on their own by going to additional sources, whether it be the family members or whether it be people that were, eyewitnesses to what took place, and try to independently confirm whether or not what the governor said was correct. Having said that, however, the governor is a reliable source of information under normal circumstances, which is why it's understandable that they're still going with this. They're going along with the fact that the 2 National Guardsmen were shot near the White House. They changed it. Oh, shit. They changed it. They were saying, initially the Chiron said 2 National Guardsmen dead. Now they changed it back to 2 National Guardsmen shot near the White House. See? They're fucking updating it. The AP is not slop, chatters. It's the governor. Like, of course, there is conflicting information, okay? This was the initial statement, and everybody took it as, understandably, all the mainstream news sources took this as, like, truth. And then the governor came back and said, my bad. We're now receiving conflicting reports. The governor should be a trustworthy primary source. Exactly. Under normal circumstances, it is. But I was skeptical because, unfortunately, the year 2025, maybe the governor is not a fucking reliable source of information. Okay? That's it. But they might as well, they could be dead, okay? I'm not even saying that they're alive. I'm saying that there's a high likelihood that they are dead. Anyway, meanwhile, this is what Fox News is doing.
Lost friends in combat. I've lost friends in combat. And so we know what this is like. So let's all pray for the families here. But then let's ask ourselves, how did we get here? How are we in this spot? So there's a sitting member of Congress who over the weekend on some talk shows was saying that President Donald Trump putting National Guardsmen on the streets was an unlawful order. We have people on CNN, a competing network, saying that putting National Guards people on the street is equivalent to Nazi Germany. So this inflammatory...
I need you to understand something. This is so fucking stupid, but all of this is happening primarily because they just don't want anyone to criticize the administration. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. There is no veracity. There is no accuracy. They're just mad that people are saying that the admin is fucked up and wrong. Whichever word that the critics of the admin use is completely inconsequential. Ultimately, their anger comes from the fact that Democrats are saying this is wrong. And the administration and all of the Republicans don't want people to actually express discontent. They do not want to hear dissent. That is the reason why they keep saying, you're not just criticizing my actions, okay? You are actually engaging in violent rhetoric. Words are violence. Not when we do it, by the way, okay? Not when we do it. Not when we say, not when we scream bloody murder, or not when we say fucking, Democrats deserve the death penalty. That's not words or violence. Words are only violence when you criticize my favorite president. Okay? They do not want there to be any sort of discontent. They do not want there to be any sort of dissent. They do not want anyone to say what the government is doing is wrong, what Trump is doing is wrong. That's it. That's where this is coming from. So they just use incidents like this to drive home this narrative that Democrats aren't just saying what the Trump administration is doing is wrong. They're doing something beyond that. They're actually demanding that people go and fucking kill National Guardsmen. That's not the case at all. Okay? That's not even remotely the case at all. And if anyone has any critical thinking skills, they understand that that is not the case at all. Of course, you're going to fucking criticize the goddamn administration. That's one of the most redeemable aspects of American existence. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, I thought this was America, you know? And I'm saying that, like, unironically, I'm saying that sincerely. Okay? That is the fundamental American difference. Okay? You can and should criticize the fucking government. And this is a value that Americans care about quite a bit. Okay? This is a value that the American government cares about and the American population cares about. You cannot just go, free speech is fucking woke. Shut up. You're not allowed to do it. It's not going to work. Republicans themselves will get mad at this, and they have gotten mad at this. So what these guys are doing in this circumstance is trying to say, your criticisms of the big, beautiful president doing his very best are actually causing this kind of violence to take place. It's fucking bullshit. No American's going to believe that, especially because these guys also blow their loads on Democrats who are unimaginably careful with their rhetoric. sometimes even to a fault. Democrats are not even fighters in general. They're not seen as aggressive, right? They're seen as cowards for the most part. So when you turn around and you say, oh, these guys are actually really violent and scary people because they have said that what the government is doing is wrong, and this is actually violent rhetoric directed against the National Guard, when all of these people are like active duty or former military members and members of the CIA and stuff like that, who shy away from any sort of spicy rhetoric whatsoever, let alone barely put up a fucking fight in their communication against the Trump administration. It's not going to stick. Most people are just going to be like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
Rhetoric by the left has to stop. Now, did this drive this shooter? We don't know the answer to that question. But did it prevent him from doing it? Hell no. So my Democrat colleagues need to understand that their words have real consequences.
Again, words are violence, words are violence, words are violence. Claiming words are violence over and over again after spending the last decade claiming words are violence and doing words are violence narratives after spending the last decade being like woke libtards are doing cancel culture, it's just not going to fucking work, okay? It is one of those things where, like, yes, Republicans don't really give a shit about hypocrisy in general, but this is one area where Republicans do also get annoyed with the notion that, words are violence, especially when it's coming from the Republican side. Not all of them. Plenty of them actually do repeat this kind of narrative. But there are significant numbers of Republicans that will actually criticize the government for taking any heavy-handed approach in terms of punishments against people who are exercising their First Amendment rights. Okay? That's it. Here, going back to Mark Kelly, by the way, with respect to what this guy was talking about, trying to tie this back to Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly is the astronaut, yes, with a twin. Yes, he is the NASA astronaut, Arizona senator. Let's take a look.
Let me first just get your response to this threat from the Defense Department saying that they are investigating you. They may potentially recall you to active duty to face a court-martial.
Well, Rachel, I said something that was pretty simple and non-controversial, and that was that members of the military should follow the law. And
yeah, it's true. I don't even like Mark Kelly. I think he sucks, for the record. I don't like his politics. I think he's an annoying centrist Democrat. Having said that, he is 100% correct. Okay? I hate Elisa Slotkin even more than I despise Mark Kelly. And what she said was 100% correct. All of these Democrats that came out and said, you, members of the military, have a duty to protect the oath that you swore to the Constitution. You have a duty to protect the Constitution and follow the Constitution and follow the rules. And if there are conflicting orders that your superior officer is giving you that actually force you to violate the law, then you follow the law. That is a part of the military code of conduct. Saying that and reiterating that is not seditious. Saying that and reiterating that is not treason. Okay? These are Democrats who I don't actually agree with and don't really like all that much, saying something fucking correct. Unc, why are you always mad? I don't know, because the entirety of the media organ on the right is currently trying to say that, like, Democratic senators are actually fucking responsible for 2 National Guardsmen that may or may not have been killed. We don't actually have full-blown confirmation on it at this moment. Are killed because 6 Democratic lawmakers said that the military has a duty to serve the Constitution and not fucking follow unlawful orders. Okay? This is a ridiculous media environment that we're existing in before even fully comprehending whether or not the National Guardsmen were even shot and killed. Okay? We know that they were shot at. We don't even know that they're like fully fucking killed or not. And there are already a bunch of psychotic right-wingers that are running to drive home this narrative that, like, Democratic lawmakers are responsible for this shooting. And they do this every single time, dude. They do this even when Democratic lawmakers are shot. It's very frustrating. They have like a couple different talking points, right? They have different thought bubbles that they can engage with. They have like a what is the term? Like a tree, you know? They have talking points that you can click on. Trans, Antifa, Democrats, radical left. They have a dialogue tree. And this time, they basically decided to click on the radical Democrats dialogue tree, okay? Disco Elysium tree. Yeah, exactly. What is this? President Trump orders Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to surge 500 more National Guard troops in the Washington, D.C. after today's shooting. Someone targeted National Guardsmen. We will never back down. We will secure our capital and our cities.
Productive meetings, but I want to start.
I do think that in this also media landscape, people are gonna say this is a false flag. That is the other side of this. Like, I think that dark woke will probably say this is a false flag to continue beefing up and justify an overreaction from the administration. So that's what I suspect is going on the liberal front. I haven't really seen that as much so far, but I do suspect that they will say, Blue Anon will say this is a false flag.
By saying after those meetings, myself and my team were notified that 2 National Guardsmen have been shot in Washington, D.C., critically wounded. The shooter shot in a cowardly, dastardly act targeting the best.
Don't give them any ideas. Look, man, look, I'm just observing, okay? Analysis is not endorsement. Analysis is not justification. I'm just observing it, okay? That's my job. My role in this insane media landscape is to look at every single ideological tendency and what kind of narrative they're running with. You can't say false flag didn't cross your mind. I mean, probably not if the National Guardsmen were killed, you know?
Of America, heroes willing to serve in Washington, D.C., serve for people they don't know and they've never met because they love their country and their capital and their community.
The reason why I don't immediately run to false flag narratives, even if it's like convenient for my ideological position, the reason why I don't immediately rush to false flag narratives is because we live in the United States of America, okay? Any other country, there is more credibility that this could be a false flag incident. But in the United States of America, we have more guns in circulation than we have people. We also have a litany of mental health complications. So anytime a fucking shooting happens, okay, anytime a shooting happens, the highest likelihood almost always is like a crazy person, okay? That's just it. That's just the reality. It's just like as normal as apple pie at this point. Like shootings taking place, whether it be a high profile political commentator in a fucking school, or whether it be a Republican politician, or whether it be a Democratic politician, the highest likelihood, more often than not, is some fucking crazy white boy who wanted to take matters into his own hands and went a little nutty mode with it, okay? That's usually what it is, which is why I don't immediately go, oh, this is a false flag. This isn't to say that I don't think their false flags don't happen. I just feel like we have designed a powder keg here. We have designed an environment here that requires no false flags to take place whatsoever. We're just kind of always killing ourselves every single day, you know? And things also are getting worse and worse year over year. So oftentimes oftentimes it strikes me as you know, yet another day in the United States of America. The U.S. empire's history is full of false flags. I feel like it's weird to always write off the possibility. No. I'm not always writing off the possibility. I'm just saying that I need more evidence and I need more motives, and I need more I need more information on the suspect itself before saying that. And in the absence of such evidence, I am going to assume that it's yet another day in the United States of America. Do you understand? Anyway, Vance says we just don't want people who mindlessly follow orders. We want people who think.
Something really interesting. And a guy said to me something really interesting. He said that 250 years ago, when the army started, there was a Prussian military leader who came over and helped train the very first United States Army. Because, of course, back then, we didn't have very many military experts in our country. We were still in our infancy. And what he said was very fascinating. I think the guy's name, he said, was von Steuben. Von Steuben said that it was only the Americans who just didn't need an order, but also needed to be told why they were doing what they were doing. And I thought that was a fascinating insight to the soldiers of 250 years ago and a fascinating insight to the soldiers of today. We don't just want people who mindlessly follow orders. We want people who think. Because
yeah, unless they're following the president's orders, in which case we want them to mindlessly follow orders. And if someone actually says this exact same thing, but they're a Democrat, then they're going to prison. Okay. Wow. Look at this. Hope you and the dog are okay. Hope nothing too electrifying happened. No, I'm electrocuting her right now. I'm hitting the button of electrocution right at this moment. Because you said that, I'm electrocuting her extra hard. Yeah, JD Vance can say it. As I was saying, stop, please, no. Yeah, it's your fault, chatter. Yeah, when JD Vance says this, it's not seditious. Okay? When a Democrat says this, it is sedition. I'm a vet. This is literally not true. The military does not want people questioning orders. I mean, yeah, that's kind of against the military, the military's primary directive. Having said that, however, the American military does 10,000 volts to Kaya. Good job, chatter. Yeah, he did that.
Because we know that the most powerful weapon in the United States arsenal, the most powerful weapon anywhere in the world, it's not a rifle, it's not a tank, it's not a helicopter or an airplane. The most dangerous and lethal weapon anywhere in the world is a United States soldier, and we're proud of you, and we're going to stand behind you every step of the way.
This is why certain streamers call you a lib. Not saying you're wrong because you're right, but simply covering what happens to these centers is enough for them to latch onto. It's annoying how they're not recognizing that they only covering softball right-wing alt media stories makes it almost hard not to stay pure. Yeah, my primary job, my primary responsibility to my audience and to those who actually come in here is to always, to the best of my ability, accurately reflect on events that are taking place and offer you the best possible analysis. I do not care about the different competing ideological battles that are taking place. I have my own personal biases. I will always tell you what they are. Having said that, especially when it comes to stuff like this, like my job, my responsibility is to inform you. Okay, my job and my responsibility is to look at the situation, and even if it's actually not helpful to my cause, is to still do my very best to give you the accurate information. And I think it's very important to do that, especially in a dangerous and divisive media landscape like this, where disinformation, specifically biased disinformation, runs amok. That is my job. Anyway, here is Kash Patel,
Americans and citizens around the world,
soon to be former FBI Director Kash Patel, going back to his podcasting.
We must remember them on this day and every day, and their families and the sacrifice they have made. I will now turn it over to Chief Carroll of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you.
Good afternoon,
oh
everyone.
my
God.
God.
Name is Jeff Carroll. I'm the Executive Assistant
Oh
Chief
my
of the Metropolitan
God.
Police Department. At approximately 2:15 this afternoon, members of the D.C. National Guard were on high visibility patrols in the area of 17th
I'm not going to say anything.
and I Street Northwest. When a suspect came around the corner, raised his arm with a firearm and discharged it at the National Guard members. The National Guard members, there were other members that were in the area. They were able to, after some back and forth, able to subdue the individual and bring them into custody. Within moments, members of law enforcement in the area were also able to assist and bring that individual into custody. At this time, as the director mentioned, the National Guard members are being treated at a local hospital. DC Fire and EMS responded to the scene to provide first aid for those individuals and transport them to a local hospital. The suspect in this case was also transported for treatment at a local hospital. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C., and I, too, want to send my thoughts and prayers to the families of the guardsmen and to the guardsmen who are in critical condition in a local hospital.
Oh, so they're not
dead.
I
am joined by members and leadership from the D.C. National Guard, from the West Virginia National Guard, United States Secret Service, Deputy Mayor Pia, Fire Chief Donnelly, and Metro's General Manager Randy Clark. And we join with the FBI Director in ensuring that MPD investigates, the U.S. Attorney prosecutes this case to the fullest extent of the law. I've had the opportunity to brief U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, who was speaking to the president when I called, as well as the United States Attorney Pirro, who assured me that this case will have her office's complete attention.
Mayor, is there any other suspect?
I'm going to be honest. I fucking told you, okay? This is why I said what I said.
At this time, there's no indication that there was any other suspect. The one suspect that was involved in this incident, they were shot during the interaction, and they were transported to the hospital for treatment.
Mayor, does this validate the need for the National Guard here in D.C.?
What we know, Andrea, is that this is a targeted shooting. One individual who appeared to target these guardsmen, that individual has been taken into custody.
Mayor, can you tell us any more details on the condition of the two National Guardsmen and whether or not anyone else was injured? And a quick question follow-up for the FBI Director.
What did you call beforehand when the governor of West Virginia came out and was the first to say that that the National Guardsmen were dead? I said I would still wait on this, even though under normal circumstances the governor is like a credible narrator of events. I would still wait a little bit, but they could have just as well died, for the record. Or they could, if they're in critical condition, they still could not survive. I don't know. I'm just saying that you have to wait in these moments.
In the preliminary stages of investigation, there's a lot of things, a lot of agents that are here from various federal agencies, law enforcement agencies. We have the full power of the FBI and our
this
federal
cop is the living, breathing, existing proof of my age-old take. Thumb phrenology.
At this time, that's part of the preliminary investigation.
He has the craziest cop skull I've ever seen.
Sure. So how the suspect was apprehended, as I said, the individual, the suspect came around the corner. He immediately started firing a firearm at the two National Guard members. So at that time, there were other National Guard members that were in the area. They heard the gunfire. They actually were able to intervene and to kind of hold down the suspect after he had been shot on the ground until law enforcement got there within moments.
And he was shot by a National Guard?
At this point, we're still investigating exactly who shot the individual. It's not clear at this time. We don't know what kind of weapon. There was D.C. police. It happened right in front of the Metro, although there is no indication that the perpetrator was on the Metro. So there's Metro Transit Police in the area, and obviously being on 17th Street by the White House, Uniform Division of Secret Service were in the immediate area as well.
What kind of weapon the alleged perpetrator used?
We do not know at this time. It's still under investigation.
We're going to be able to take a couple more.
Has been able to question the suspect, or is his condition so severe that you haven't been able to have a conversation?
Sure. Again, so as I said, we're very preliminary in the investigation, so we're looking to all aspects of who the individual is, his connections. At this time, he's still in the hospital receiving treatment.
And I would just like, hang on, I would just like to add, the reason that this suspect is in custody is because of the bravery of the men and women of the National Guard who responded due to their extensive training to secure American lives today. There was not any further injury and any further shootings. We should highlight the
Okay, once again, it kind of feels like Kash Patel did it. I know he wasn't there at the during the incident taking place, but
today and
his
preventing an
vibes are
even
so
greater
fucked.
tragedy from befalling
He
us.
just seems
These
so
National
untrustworthy.
Guardsmen are heroes, and we must pray for their safety and their speedy recovery. And as the chief said,
look at his
we're
eyes.
in the preliminary stages of this investigation. We will run down every single lead, every piece of evidence.
That's guilty. He's guilty. He's guilty. Lock him up. I'm sorry. I don't need to see anything more.
Agency group is standing behind us to assure America and the world that we will continue to keep D.C. safe. And thankfully, we have Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guardsmen, and federal agents, and the Department of Justice and Attorney General willing to prosecute the mission to keep Americans safe.
Look at how
President
cagey
Trump
he is.
Has rightly stated
Look at how he's
that this
talking about
heinous
this
act
situation.
Will be investigated.
The vibes. If you just listen, if you mute him and just look at his body language, you're like, did you do this killing? Did you shoot the National Guardsman? Why do you look like you shot the National Guardsman? What the hell is going on? He looks fucking guilty, dude. Hey, chill. Chill. You are not a guard dog, okay? You are a lap dog. Whenever Kash Patel does a press conference, he looks like he took a few lines of coke just before it. The police confirmed that it was a lone gunman and both National Guardsmen are in critical condition. Yeah, I feel like he did it, bro. He looks like he did it. He's got the vibes of a person who did do it. Anyway, alleged photo of the suspect. What is this from OSINT? Yeah, we don't know. We don't know if that's the guy. I don't even know where that fucking photo is from. It could be. She's National Guard's dog.
They were willing to do dangerous things. Others were not because they love their fellow Americans. Someone decided to turn that into targeting National Guardsmen. That will only stiffen our resolve. We will never back down. We will secure our capital. We will secure our cities. In fact, this happened just steps away from the White House. It will not stand.
They still haven't said the shooter is trans or Antifa yet. So I don't know. It could be because they don't have enough information on the shooter yet, that hasn't been leaked. But once there's depending on what the background is, depending on the background of the shooter, they'll figure it out. Give it some time. You know what I mean? If it's if he's got a little bit of melanin, if he looks Arab, then it's Hamas. If he has long hair, then trans for sure, right? Like anybody that has long hair, automatically they'll say this is a trans furry Antifa super soldier. If he has a tan, they'll say he's a Muslim. Don't turn into a conspiracy theorist lunatic. Bro, I'm sorry, but what the fuck is this conspiracy theorist shit phase you're going through? What? Explain what you mean by that. Wait, did you take seriously what I was saying about Kash Patel looking like he's always the person who is responsible for the crime because he looks untrustworthy? Serious? Like you think I'm saying Kash Patel shot the National Guardsman? That's what you're... Are you okay? You can't read jokes? Like at all? Just started listening and yes, this is what I'm referring to. It wasn't clear it was humor. Brother. Come on, dude. Then again, I'm not a native English speaker, but it looks serious to me. Brother, be for real, okay? That's crazy. Of course, I'm fucking joking, man. Yes, I'm joking. The joke is about Kash Patel looking like he's hiding a zombie bite whenever he fucking speaks. Oh my God. Too much Tylenol. Fuck. I can't even be sarcastic.
And that's why President Trump has asked me, and I will ask the Secretary of the Army to the National Guard, to add 500 additional troops, National Guardsmen, to Washington, D.C. This will only stiffen our resolve to ensure that we make Washington, D.C. safe and beautiful. The drop in crime has been historic. The increase in safety and security has been historic. But if criminals want to conduct things like this, violence against America's best,
you need to tell them that the Tylenol bit is also a joke. Fuck, brother, it's just not clear whenever you're sarcastic, I think, at least from my non-American POV. Yeah, if I'm saying something so fucking insane, I don't know why you automatically assume that I'm being sincere. You have a brain. Just because you're ESL doesn't mean that, like, you're brainless, right? Like, if I were to tell you right now, oh, it's probably Trump that shot the National Guardsman, would you assume that I'm being sincere, or do you think I'm being fucking silly? It's all good, you know? Also, the reason why I came in hot with this was because he said, I'm doing lunatic conspiracies. To be fair, if you're saying something crazy, people just assume you're American. Well, I am American. I do say crazy shit sometimes, but sometimes I'm joking. This is very clearly a joke. You literally said, even though he wasn't even there in your joke. I know, I try to factor that in as well. I try to be as, like, autism friendly as well. Okay? Let's be real. You know, I have a pretty fucking high rad score myself. I try to do my very best to clarify and add little tidbits that you can pick up on that I'm like saying that this is impossible.
we will never back down. President Trump will never back down. That's why the American people elected him. America and our warriors, our National Guardsmen, are strong. And so we're following this very closely. We're getting information rapidly. I mentioned the faith of this country, the Christian faith, the prayers. I would ask for prayers for our National Guardsmen.
Excuse me, Mr.
Appeals to heaven for our National Guardsmen.
Dude, what are you fucking saying? What is like? This is so insincere. You're like a fucking alcoholic rapist. What do you mean? What is this like Christian bit that these guys try to do? Like, it's so fucking fake. It's so, who believes this shit? You have to be a real dumbass to be like, wow, you know, that boy right there, that's a good Christian, okay? Like, he's a television guy. He's a fucking television guy and an alcoholic rapist. Like, what are we talking about? What is this fucking, oh man, we need to do an appeal to heaven bullshit. Pentecostals from Indiana, it comes pre-installed with white nationalism. I just cannot I don't know. I am too fucking pessimistic, too skeptical about like every person that works in politics in any capacity to assume that they are legitimately following the Christian faith. Okay? It's especially ridiculous for someone like Pete Hegseth, who's like a TV guy. If you're a politician or if you're working in the government, I automatically assume you're an atheist. You're just faking being religious, okay? 100%. There is no world where I believe anyone in a position of power actually believes in any higher power but themselves, okay? And not only that, but especially these guys. They're so fucking fake about this shit.
For their families, on bended knee as a
more than an alcoholic rapist, his wife was married to my cousin when he got her pregnant. Yeah. He's had like, he is Mr. Steal Your Girl. He would just like, he famously went through 3 different marriages, constantly cheating on his wife. First wife, he cheats on with another woman that he ends up leaving his first wife for after impregnating, does it again, and then again, I think. It's just like, he's Mr. Pump and Dump.
War Department as a nation.
Excuse me.
We will never back down. how we think about them right now.
Venezuela.
We had a couple of great, productive meetings with the President and the Minister of Defense here, where we are dedicated to the counter-cartel effort here. Criminality knows no boundaries, whether it's the United States of America and Washington, D.C., or it's the Caribbean and the Western Hemisphere. We are going to go after narco-terrorists. It will not stand. Our borders will be secure, whether it's the Dominican Republic or the United States of America, and we look forward to working with our partners to make it happen. You know, President Trump believes in a clear principle: peace through strength. You get peace by being strong. And if you're a narco-terrorist who wants to bring drugs to the United States of America, we will find you, we will fix you, and we will finish you, because we have all the rights in the world. We've got lots of attorneys and lots of intel analysts, and we know exactly who we're targeting and why. If you're involved in that conduct, we will kill you. It's that deadly serious because of the poison that has made its way into the American public for far too long. President Trump is serious about it. We're serious about it, and we're proud to be working with the Dominican Republic and other countries very serious about ensuring that cartels don't set the agenda. We do. Thank you very much. It's been a great series of meetings.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Johnson & Johnson family better watch out. Yeah. All right.
To DC. And so there would be a fairly significant likelihood that these guardsmen would have been deployed from the Eastern Panhandle.
This is going to be another Russia will not invade Ukraine moment when it comes out Cash actually did do it. Okay. I'll take it. Okay. I'll take it. What am I supposed to do at that point? You know, that chatter's going to come back with the utmost vindication, even though he said it was conspiracy lunacy. I haven't heard of this until now. Are they blaming the radical left, perchance? Depending on whose perspective we're operating off of, they're not immediately insta-locking blame to the radical left. They're just blaming the 6 radical Democrats who are not even radical, nor are they a part of the left. They're blaming the 6 Democratic lawmakers that came out last week and did a video saying like the military active duty service members have a duty to protect the Constitution and follow the laws. And they have an obligation not to follow unlawful orders. So they're
state potentially even
going
other
with
injuries.
that. I do not have any further information that I can share with you, but what I can tell you is that there's an army of people here in West Virginia that are praying for their recovery, and we're hoping for a Thanksgiving miracle.
And have you been able to be in contact with their families at all?
I have not been able to be in contact with their families. I spend a lot of time with Guards members here in Charleston, and I've been in contact with a myriad of my Guard friends, and I've reached out to the tag here in West Virginia, and I can assure you the resolve is steely.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth just a short time ago said that the president is requesting an additional 500 National Guard troops be deployed to Washington, D.C. Do you believe that's the right response in this moment?
Yeah, it's not my job to judge the response from the president. He is the commander-in-chief. If he believes that is the best way to keep our nation's capital and our service members that are serving there safe, then we will defend his actions.
If an additional 500 were deployed, do you know what the chances would be in terms of how many could potentially be from West Virginia?
I don't know how many would be from West Virginia, but I do know that there are Guards, men and women here in West Virginia that would jump at the chance to try to secure a city where 2 of their own have been brazenly ambushed and attacked in broad daylight, merely blocks from the White House, in a city where every American is supposed to be able to feel safe, to come to, and to do the business of the government. And that is a crucial, incredibly crucial mission. And the folks here in West Virginia, when asked to serve, will serve, and they'll serve in the way that their commander-in-chief asked them to.
As we just learned in the press conference, the mayor said that she had briefed Attorney General Pam Bondi. She said that when she spoke with the Attorney General, she was actually on the phone with the president. And also this would be given their complete attention. We, of course, heard very strong words from the director of the FBI there. How can, if at all, how could your state help? Kash Patel, of course, noting this is, all hands on deck, that all agencies are working together.
Where are you going?
Yeah, I think we will respond in whatever way it is that we are asked. But I think crucially and most importantly right now, what needs to happen is that every West Virginian, all 1.8 million of us and every single American needs to be praying for these two families. And we need to really be taking a long look at where we are in a country where somebody would ambush two service members in our nation's capital in broad daylight in what appears to be a targeted attack. And these two service members' lives will not be forgotten. Hopefully they will get to be with us for a long time longer. But this attack is something that will be remembered for a very long time.
It is an important message, certainly on this eve of Thanksgiving as well. Attorney General J.B. McCuskey, thank you for your time, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your thoughts and prayers, and to everybody out there, thank you.
Is this Gen Z's 9/11? Dude, the way that Gen Z operates... is like there is no there will never be an incident I don't think that Gen Z will ever consider seriously. I mean, look at what happened with Charlie Kirk. This is in and of itself definitely isn't anyway, but I mean, look at what they're doing with fucking Charlie Kirk right now. Look at what they're doing with Charlie Kirk. They're Kirkifying everything, and that took like a month. It took like a month for them to memify Charlie Kirk into the ether. Gen Z and Gen Alpha have zero fucking chill. They do not care about anything. All right, well,
the glass from the bus shelter is shot out. They struggled to get the gunman down on the ground and handcuffed. Secret Service.
Yeah, Gen Z was out in the streets of LA taking selfies with me while the LAPD was firing fucking tear gas at us. That's the level of chill that they're on. Is the dog all right? No. No, she's tortured every day. Every single day. You are not Charlie Kirk. Yes, I'm actually very happy that I'm not. I've spent an entire career not being Charlie Kirk, being the opposite of Charlie Kirk in every respect.
Who, although they are from the National Guard, were assigned to a law enforcement mission as part of the D.C. Safe Task Force. So now...
Why are we getting an influx of weird comments today more than usual? I don't fucking know. There's probably another video that, there's probably another slop tuber video that did LeBron numbers on the timeline, and people see that and they go, I am reminded of this person that I despise. I must go into his broadcast. Gen Z trauma suppresses, adapts and evolves to every situation. You cannot stop those dudes from vaping nicotine and weed and loitering. Yeah. There's also, during the holiday season, there is always an influx of like some fairly sad comments, at least in my experience year over year. All right. We're going to move on from this for now. And if there are new developments, I will update you on it. I just see someone asking if your dog was okay, Lamau. Yes, you did. You did hear that. Anyway, I'm a younger Gen Z and went to school a few miles from Uvalde. We experienced a lack of care for the students, and I've noticed that my then classmates making nihilistic jokes. Yeah, we've bricked the collective consciousness of the younger generation by our lack of interest in caring about their ailments, caring about solving any of their problems. And then also, More Peg has made a dozen videos about you in the past few days. I love that guy. That guy is my favorite YouTuber, honestly. He's the best in the business. Every other day, there's another Hasan is finished video that comes out of those guys. It's fucking awesome. I thought Andy Pants Gaming was, yeah, until we found out that he like had made AICP of his own underage daughter and lost the custody of his children. And yes, that is exactly what the fucking, that's exactly what my haters are doing out there, okay? It's just about waiting. Just waiting it out. They're making mad money from you. I mean, I don't give a shit. Whatever, dude. Hopefully I'll put his kids through college if anyone actually is stupid enough to have sex with them. And then their kids won't be just as dumb as their dad. Hasan is a vibe that bears love and pedos hate. Exactly. So, we're gonna move on from this until there's new updates on the issue, and then I'll get back to it and inform you about the latest on this shooting that took place. Except this story is actually really interesting. A Brazilian woman who is the mother of the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt's nephew has been detained by ICE. Okay? The mother of Caroline Leavitt's nephew grew up here. She was brought here at 6. She went to elementary, middle, and high school here. She has no criminal record and the mother of a citizen. There is strong bipartisan consensus that people like her should have a path to stay. Ferreira migrated with her family to the United States from Brazil as a child. She is the mother of Leavitt's nephew. Mass deportation is pathological, says David J. Byer of Cato Institute, one of the few open borders libertarians that remain. Nope. There is consensus. They all got to go. Wrong. It is extremely strong, durable consensus, says Aaron Reichland Melnick. Gallup's latest poll shows 85% support for a path to legal status for people brought here as kids, up from 81% last year and 83% 7 years ago. If you disagree, you're in a very small minority of the American public. Because the option doesn't exist. Why didn't she ever seek that option in the 30 years that she was here? Because the option doesn't exist. For the vast majority of the undocumented population, no matter how sympathetic, no matter if they came here as literal babies and speak English like a native and have clean records, until Congress acts, they have zero path to staying legally. This guy then follows up by says they have the option to self-deport and re-enter legally, where they won't be human trafficked by cartels, supported, screened to make sure they're compatible and have skills we need, etc. God, I wish you were right. I wish the people here illegally could just leave the USA and apply to come back in. But that's not how the system works. There's no line they can get into, no path to leaving and coming back, no way at all for the vast majority to ever come back. Yeah. That is not an app to re-enter the country legally. That is a program set up by the Trump admin to permit some people to accept voluntary departure, self-deport, and leave without a deportation order and also get $1,000. That's it. It offers zero path to coming back at all. Overstaying visa is not a crime, and she was 6 years old when it happened. She is technically eligible for DACA. Okay? In any case, let's take a look at the news story here on ICE and someone from Caroline Leavitt's immediate family getting arrested for deportation.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, Homeland Security confirms ICE arrested a woman a source says has a connection to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Meanwhile, refugees admitted into the U.S. during the Biden administration could be in jeopardy of losing their legal status. Immigration reporter Armando Garcia and Justice reporter Luke Barr are here for more on that. Armando, what's the latest on this woman ICE detained, and what's her connection to Caroline Leavitt?
Well, this is her nephew's mother. DHS has forcefully described her as a criminal illegal alien, saying that she had a previous arrest for battery and overstayed a visa, presumably when she came to the United States when she was a child. Her lawyer is pushing back on some of these claims, saying that she had absolutely no criminal.
If you come here illegally, your ass is GTFO. That doesn't even make like any grammar sense. If you come here illegally, your ass is get the fuck out. Why so hard to understand? Says Griff. First message in the chat. Very simple. If someone has done no crimes whatsoever and they're just a normal functioning part of American society, there is absolutely zero reason to deport them, especially if they were 6 years old when they came to the United States of America and know nothing but America. They are American. Okay? And there is not a single good counter narrative to this, okay? And it's not even unpopular, for the record. We are talking about people who are, in most circumstances, parents of American citizens, married to American citizens, are just normal functioning members of society. Okay? I would go so far as to say that they are probably better than you. Okay? They are probably a better individual than you are, and probably more important for American development than you are. In most circumstances, they fulfill a role that is needed. You don't. Okay? And I know for a fact that you don't, because you're sitting in this fucking chat anonymously chirping about some of the most vulnerable population members, some of our most vulnerable community members, some of our most vulnerable and productive neighbors. Okay? That's it. My cousin came here illegally from Europe. Now he's a Republican business owner and a Freemason and is one of the California Republicans that moved to Texas. Wait, I don't understand. Is he getting deported now or what?
Record, certainly no criminal record that would have prevented her from getting deferred action for childhood arrival status. And he's also saying that this is somebody who is now being held in Louisiana, thousands of miles away from home. They plan to challenge her arrest in federal court.
And Luke, a memo obtained by ABC News shows the Trump administration is directing U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services to review refugees admitted during President Biden's time in office. What's the goal here?
Yeah, so Diane, those who were admitted during the former President Biden's time in office will be under review, and some might even have to go through another interview. And you know, the memo that we obtained says that basically those who were admitted and will be, you know, they're going to look at all of those who were admitted and see within 3 months if they're need to go through a re-interview. They're going to identify people who need to go through a re-interview. And let me just read you a quote, Diane, from this memo. It says, quote, throughout this evaluation phase, in order to make improvements, USCIS has identified that from January 20, 2021 to February 20, 2025, the U.S. Refugee Assistance Program and USCIS prioritized expediency, quantity, and admissions over quality interviews and detailed screening and vetting. Now, advocates are already saying this is unprecedented, and others predict that there might be challenges to this memo, Diane.
And Armando, a judge is now moving forward with a contempt inquiry after the administration sent 2 plane loads of Venezuelan immigrants to El Salvador despite orders to turn the planes around. What's the latest on that, and what are we learning from this?
Yeah, DOJ in court filings essentially says that it was Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, who made the decision to continue removing hundreds of Venezuelan nationals to this notorious prison in El Salvador, despite the judge's order to turn those planes around. This is a very stunning development, a stunning case, one that's lasted for several months. Essentially, the judge is...
Cat Turd says that this is the seditious 6 shooter. We don't even know if that's the shooter, by the way. Like, that's what people are going along with. They're saying that that is the shooter. But Cat Turd is also incredibly washed, for the record. Cat Turd is unimaginably washed. So it doesn't even matter necessarily what he has to say, because he's got 400 likes. 400 likes on that fucking tweet. If you remember, he fucking fell off after he had a falling out with Elon Musk. He's got no motion. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is no longer following Cat Turd. It's over. It's fucking over, dude. Hang it up.
Continuing his contempt inquiry and seeing why his orders were essentially rejected by the Trump administration. As we know, hundreds of Venezuelan nationals were sent to that notorious prison in El Salvador, where they reportedly endured inhumane conditions until they were released several months later. Diane.
And meanwhile, another judge also just struck down a DHS policy ruling thousands of immigrants could be eligible for bond hearings. So what are you watching for there?
Yeah, this was a DHS policy instituted in July that essentially forced thousands of immigrants who came to the country without inspection to remain in detention during their removal proceedings. That could take years because of the millions of backlog of cases in the immigration system. But essentially it forced ICE to also consider any immigrant who came without inspection as an applicant for admission. Under current immigration law, that means that they are susceptible.
Genuine question. How can you have a system where they live in the U.S., have a job, pay taxes, and is not registered? Why do you have a system where they can be employed and taxed, but they are not considered illegal immigrants? But they are considered illegal immigrants. From an outsider perspective, it seems a bit weird. It's because you can use and abuse them and discard them. So it's beneficial to business owners to maintain this structure where it's basically like a handshake and a nod agreement. Their existence on U.S. soil and their participation in the labor market also depresses wages for everybody across the board. Their participation as undocumented workers, for the record, because if they were participating in the labor force as documented workers, then it wouldn't depress wages in general. They'd be a part of the normal fucking labor force. So that's it. It's one of these structures that we've designed with full knowledge. Everybody knows how it works, okay? You hit a nerve. There's only one side of the political aisle who has consistently called for violence against law enforcement, has been attacking and shooting ICE agents, and has also widely celebrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and it isn't the right wing, you pompous asshole, says Savannah Hernandez, Sav with one N, protest coverage, political commentary, proud American, contributor with TPUSA. Benny Johnson also replied with the same zero IQ take. What is this? It's not a conspiracy. Trump really is bringing back the good old days. Just look at his latest use of the National Guard from 2017. What the fuck? You wouldn't work the jobs you're accusing them of stealing? Wait, what? Are you talking to me? Because I didn't say that. I didn't even accuse undocumented migrants of stealing jobs necessarily. They're just human beings. There's no job theft in general. What did Benny Johnson say? Kaya? Other chatters? There is not a single chatter in this community that have said that immigrants are stealing jobs. This is a very pro-immigrant chat. As a matter of fact, you're the only one who said that even implied that chat is saying it or even used that term. What is this? Torturing your dog is also against the law? Fucking owned. Boo. Do better, Benny. You could have at least kept it relevant to what I'm saying here. You know what I mean? He got your ass? Yeah, I'm fucking owned. Off topic, but are you the one Greenblatt is quoting here at 20 seconds?
Unquote, aid that goes from the United States to Israel, particularly the military aid, gets spent on, guess what? Goes from the United States to Israel to get spent back in America, buying American munitions from American companies, creating American jobs. That being said, our relationship is not just a transactional one. Somebody who said that Israel was like an aircraft carrier that can't be sunk, like essentially of our military interests. Again, there could be a transactional reason.
Wow, he's stealing my fucking takes. I mean, I'm not the only person who said this. This motherfucker has the audacity to steal my fucking analysis while simultaneously constantly saying I'm a fucking danger, bitch. Anyway, that's not just my take, though. It's very common. I say it all the time, but that's you must be in some big trouble then, considering you broke the law live on camera. It's over for you, buddy. It's always over for me. Any day now. Hasan is finished. Any day now. Okay? Hasan is getting canceled by his audience. Any day now. China is falling apart, guys, have basically turned into Hasan is falling apart any day now, guys. Yeah. Any day now, China is collapsing. He is 1,000% finished. He's 1,000,000% done this time. It's been over for you. It's over for you, buddy. Anyway, let's get to Hong Kong, because there was a massive fire that happened in Hong Kong. You are canceled, lol. Exactly. Every day. And it's strange because like the cancellations, or I guess like people who say that are just fucking fantasizing about this thing happening, but they're all on the right.
News now, and that is that at least 36 people have been killed in a fire at a high-rise residential complex in Hong Kong. We now know that more than 200 others are missing. Well, let's take you live to the scene now, and you can see the flames that have spread across all 8 blocks of this development in the northern Tai Po district. Among those killed that we know about so far is a firefighter. Thousands of residents have been evacuated to shelters, and it's unclear yet what exactly has caused this blaze. Well, with me now in the studio is our correspondent, Graham Satchell, who's across the story. Graham, what more do we know?
Well, Mariam, this is a terrible story that we've been following for the last sort of 10 hours or so now. It's a tragedy that has developed and got significantly worse over that time. The latest update that we had was from the city leader in Hong Kong, who gave us the terrible news that the death toll has risen to 36 and that 279 people remain unaccounted for. The first news of this broke late afternoon Hong Kong time, around 3 o'clock. when we first got reports of a fire this is a very densely populated part of Hong Kong. There are 8 tower blocks with nearly 2,000 flats, so you can see how densely populated it is. They're old. They were built in the 1980s and they were undergoing renovation. So they were covered in a bamboo scaffolding. And eyewitnesses say that it was the scaffolding that initially caught fire, so the bamboo on the outside of the building, and that spread very, very quickly. Firefighters have been trying to tackle the blaze all day, but it has spread from one tower to another, and we think that now there are 7 buildings in total that have been affected. 3 we think are just about under control, but 4 are still on fire. And it's difficult to say where this goes now, but the likelihood is that this will get much worse before it gets better. The news coming out of Hong Kong has been terrible, and I think will continue to be terrible.
Graham, thank you very much indeed for that. Graham Satchell there, who's across the story. These are live pictures that we are continuing to watch. You can see there, it's 2 in the morning local time, and firefighters, more than 700, as Graham said, have been trying to tackle this blaze for many, many hours indeed. And as I mentioned earlier, we know that at least...
We saw a building with bamboo scaffolding on stream. Bilibili was saying dangerous. Yeah. They said that I think people were... They said that people were arrested for it or something. I don't know.
One firefighter, a 37-year-old, died fighting the blaze, and the government has earlier today paid tribute to that firefighter, describing him as dedicated and gallant. Now, we also know from a local councillor who's spoken to the BBC that residents are asking for help from local authorities after losing contact with their relatives, their friends. Remember, this is a complex that houses over 4.5...
Yeah, 3 men have been arrested in connection with the deadly Hong Kong high-rise fire. Police say hundreds of people remain missing. Executives have been arrested. At least 44 people have been killed in a major fire engulfing apartment blocks in Tai Po district of Hong Kong, with 279 people not accounted for. More than 800 firefighters are tackling the blaze at Wong Fuk Court, with the fire under control in 4 of the 8 buildings. 3 construction company executives are under arrest on suspicion of manslaughter connected to substandard materials that may have allowed the fire to spread quickly. The fire has been classed as a level 5, the most serious level in Hong Kong. A baby and an elderly woman have been rescued as the late-night emergency operations continue, local media reports. The government has paid tribute to a 37-year-old firefighter who died fighting the blaze, describing him as dedicated and gallant. Residents are asking for help from local authorities after losing contact with relatives inside the buildings. 3 construction company executives have been arrested. Oh my God. That is shocking. I just, as an American, this actually is a very, very surprising. We have more details on the 3 arrests that we reported a little earlier. 2 directors and a consultant of a construction company were arrested by police on suspicion of manslaughter. Police said they found polystyrene, I don't know how you say that, boards blocking windows at the site, and suspect they, along with substandard construction materials, may have allowed the fire to spread quickly. Isn't it super sus that they arrested the executives? No. Why would that be super sus? Polystyrene. People are saying it's styrofoam, basically. Dangerous conditions hampering efforts to put out the fire. Remember, from what we've seen, it's just like these buildings oftentimes are in a state of disrepair, and they constantly are under construction. There's also... Yeah, corporate accountability is impossible for the American mind to comprehend, by the way, or the Western mind, really, to comprehend. So much so that Like, people are saying it's suspicious that they got immediately arrested. In Singapore, if you have a cargo ship and it dumps waste into the ocean, the executives of the shipping company get arrested. Guess how many ships dump their shit in the ocean there? Yeah. In the U.S., executives will be publicly grilled by Congress, then quietly let go with a slap on the wrist and a negligible fine. Barely. Kaya, get out of there. No. Corporate accountability sounds like oppression to the eagle brain. Yeah. Isn't Hong Kong capitalist? Yes. I mean, yes and no. Also, you can still have a competent government even in a capitalist country, for the record. Anyway, the thing is, they have they have these houses that are very what no, I can't give you attention right now, little lady. I'm streaming. That's crazy. Kaya's sticking her tongue out at you, Onk. No, she's literally sitting on my foot. Okay. Nope. Don't deny her love. You know I'm abusive by not giving Kaya. What the fuck is going on? This is on the Twitch end, I think. Oh, wait, it is here. I'm still here. We're back. Okay, that was very strange because I didn't actually have any drop off on my bit rate. I didn't have any drop off on IRL. That was a Twitch related thing. That was on the Twitch end for sure. I don't know what happened there, but I am going to. Is there a big delay right now? Delay check. Type this number that you see on screen. 4. Okay, the delay is not that big. It's like 3 to 4 seconds. Okay, we're good. Kaya, get out. No, get out of there. What the fuck? She is gonna. Hello? Hello, hello, hello? Can you hear me? Hello? I don't know what it is. It's not. My bit rate is fine. My bit rate is fine. No, Kaya, do not go over there. I don't know what you're doing over there. She's using the Conqueror's hockey. No, my bit rate is fine. My IRL servers are fine. But for some weird reason, the video randomly freezes. I don't know why. I can see it on my end. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But my internet is fine. Yeah. Chewing the cables because she got addicted to electricity? I think so. Yeah. Yeah. No, OBS is fine. OBS is fine. Bitrate is fine. The IRL Toolkit servers are fine. I don't know what the fuck happened. I think it might be Twitch related.
5,000 people, and we know that over 200 are unaccounted for. They are effectively missing. We don't know what has happened to them. So as Graham mentioned there, this is just going to get worse. And we, of course, will try and bring you as much information as we can.
What the fuck is going on, man? Hello, 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 hello. Blackboy Max streams are going down and coinciding with your Fs. Yeah, I think it's a IRL Toolkit related. It's got to be IRL Toolkit related. I'm already talking to them. I'm talking to them already. But I mean, they haven't responded yet. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Internet better in a tier 3 city in China? No, this is an IRL Toolkit related issue, I think, maybe. Because I was able to swap to a different, like, I don't know. I was able to swap to BRB and it swapped to BRB. But for some fucking weird reason, I don't know what the fuck's going on. God damn it, I'm so fucking annoyed. I'm so fucking annoyed. All right, well, we're going to keep pushing. Hopefully the problem will just go away. I'm calling Twitch right now and chewing them out for you. Okay, good luck, chatter. All right.
The pictures really do tell.
Overnight, in a push to end the war in Ukraine, President Trump ordering his special envoy to Moscow to meet Vladimir Putin. Steve Witkoff will travel to Russia to present the latest draft of a peace plan.
They're going to be meeting with President Putin, I believe, next week in Moscow.
But this morning, Witkoff facing controversy, accused of coaching a top Kremlin aide on how to appeal to President Trump by employing flattery. A report from Bloomberg, but not verified by ABC News, says it's heard a recording of a phone call between Witkoff and Putin's top foreign policy aide, Yuri Ushakov. It alleges Witkoff also suggested that Russia proposes a 20-point peace plan, saying, I know what it's going to take to get a peace deal done, Donetsk and maybe a land swap somewhere. Weeks later, the president pressing Ukraine to accept a 28-point plan which heavily favoured the Russians. This morning, Ushakov telling a Russian reporter, I speak with Witkoff quite often, but I don't comment on the substance of our conversations because they're confidential. While not denying whether the report's accurate, Ushakov was asked who'd leaked it, saying, I don't know. Someone is leaking them, someone is listening in, but it's not us. When asked if he'd seen the reports, Trump brushed off any questions about Witkoff.
No, but that's a standard thing, because he's got to sell this to Ukraine. He's got to sell Ukraine to Russia. That's what a deal maker does.
Bloomberg now publishing a second call, saying it's between Ushakov and another key Russian negotiator, Kirill Dmitriev, who's also working with Witkoff. It suggests the Russians were actively seeking to ensure the Americans simply take on Russia's plan for ending the war. While diplomacy moves forward, the war grinds on. Russian officials reporting a massive attack by Ukrainian drones, seen in videos circulating online, damaging residential buildings and injuring two.
Well, a number of Republican lawmakers have charged the Trump administration with appeasing Russia, and now this morning, one Republican lawmaker calling for Witkoff to be fired. And this morning, the Kremlin clearly unhappy, saying these leaks are aimed at disrupting President Trump's peace plan.
But,
George?
Ian, these leaks do appear to confirm the initial suspicions of the Europeans and the Ukrainians that the initial plan that was put forward favors the Russians.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of finger pointing. The Russians seem to be very clearly saying it's not them. They're clearly unhappy, and they've been unusually vocal over the last 12 hours or so about this. So you have to ask the question, who else is capable of listening into a private call that comes from within the administration to the Kremlin? And people may well start to look closer to home. George?
Ian, panel, thanks very much.
And we have breaking news. The new
Apparently, Trump hasn't learned that the Russians are the toughest negotiators known to man. I mean, Donald Trump loves Vladimir Putin. Might be joined the wrong chat. We already covered the Witkoff transcripts yesterday. Let's see what Donald Trump's response was to it, though. I didn't see that one. Reporter, have you heard of this audio that Bloomberg has of Witkoff coaching the Russians on how to appeal to you? Trump, well, I haven't heard of it. No, but let's see. I suspect that Donald Trump likes that Witkoff is telling the Russians that, like, you have to be nice to him. He personally likes this attitude around him, you know, like, oh, I'm just like a dictator. All of the people working around me, talk about how they're at the mercy, how they're at my, how they have to respond to my unique opinions on everything. I don't know. It's just.
They're losing too many people.
Have you heard this audio that Bloomberg has of Witkoff coaching the Russians on how to appeal to you?
Well, I haven't heard it, no, but that's a standard thing, because he's got to sell this to Ukraine. He's got to sell Ukraine to Russia. That's what a deal maker does. You got to say, look.
That's not what they were saying. No, that's not what the transcript showed. The transcript showed them basically worrying about selling this deal to you, and telling what the Russians have to say to you to sell this deal to you. But the reason why he likes this, is because this makes him look powerful in his mind. You know, all the Russians, they're even though the terms of the negotiated agreement are favorable to Russia, ultimately this makes him feel like he's more important than he actually is, because he's an egomaniac first and foremost.
They want this, you got to convince them with this. You know, that's a very standard form of negotiation. I haven't heard it, but I heard it was standard negotiation. And I would imagine he's saying the same thing to Ukraine, because each party has to give and take.
So you're worried that he's too pro-Russian?
They're losing too many people.
Have you heard this audio that Bloomberg has of...
Yeah, this is standard in negotiations, guys. Is a totally standard negotiation technique when you have to tell the other side that you're negotiating with that they're at the mercy of your whims, and they must abide by whatever the fuck your needs are at any given moment. And that even if the terms are not favorable, to you, ultimately, as long as the opposing side is saying you're the best, then it's good. I saw the Wickoff transcript Bloomberg had. It is completely unremarkable, and frankly, Trump is right here coaching a counterpart on how to sell something is often part of the negotiation. Question is, who leaked this and why, and what was their agenda in trying to twist it? No, I don't think it's normal. The fuck? Steve Wickoff and Trump are a unit. Having spent way more time than I would like to recall studying Kissinger call logs around much higher stakes negotiations, I can tell you that this is run-of-the-mill. Wickoff is no Kissinger, but the tactic is common. They're on the same side. They are on the same side in this instance. Why would two people on the same side tell the opposing side how one of the two people on the same side have to be convinced? Maybe in a business deal, but this isn't geopolitics. It shows that Donald Trump is operating on a separate, operating with separate interests than, I guess, the rest of the American team is. Anyway. Yeah, the Georgia prosecutor dropped the election interference case against Trump and others. Big W for Trump. I'm just going to skip that one. I don't really care about that. FDNY commissioner says faith is a factor in leaving role after the Mamdani win and says it's an emotional decision. I mean, this guy was already fucking bad news anyway, but let's take a look.
New York, with the largest police and fire departments in the country and a more than $100 billion budget, New York is a very tough city to govern, and it can be even more so when incoming Mayor Zohran Mamdani has apologized for past calls to defund the police.
Another fake win for the admin. Okay, that's what that is.
Last week, in a closely watched decision, Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch said she had accepted the mayor-elect's offer to stay in her job. But Fire Commissioner Robert Tucker announced his resignation effective December 19th, just hours after Mamdani was elected. Both leaders are Jewish, and in his first interview since deciding to leave, Tucker told me his faith is...
Dude. Barry Weiss at it again. Okay? This guy is notoriously corrupt. The very fact that you guys are interviewing him directly, the very fact that CBS News is interviewing him directly as though he is some sort of like consequential figurehead in this admin and has like serious gripes with Zohran Mamdani's incoming mayoral administration is so fucking pathetic and so stupid. Okay? Oh, it's my religion. My faith is a factor in leaving the role after Mamdani won. It was an emotional decision.
One of the reasons he decided to quit. Talking about police and public safety has been a little bit awkward for Mayor-elect Mamdani because of some of his past comments. Does he have some work to do still in winning over the support of first responders in New York?
Yeah, I think he has a tremendous amount of work to do, and I think it's work well worth doing.
While Robert Tucker's police counterpart, Jessica Tisch, is staying on.
I respect her.
Oh my God, brother. What is this fucking dumbass news piece, man? Oh my fucking Lord. Oh no, dude. We have to hear from every person. We have to hear from every fucking person that thinks Zoran is bad. And especially if they're Jewish, okay? Like, what are we doing here? Oh, your faith is what guided you. Your faith is what motivated you. Oh, no. Oh, no.
For the decision to stay, and I know she respects me for my decision to leave.
The fire commissioner submitted this brief letter of resignation 1 day after Zoran Mamdani won New York City's mayoral election.
To what extent is this decision of yours about being a Jewish New Yorker?
Yeah, I think it's a factor, no doubt. And I don't want to tell you that it's the only factor, but I believe that the things that I have heard the mayor say would make it difficult for me to continue on in such a senior executive role in the.
What the fuck are you, bro? I don't think these guys realize this kind of shit, like this kind of like tying this back to your faith or whatever, doesn't actually make Zoran look bad at all. It just makes you and the entire religion look bad for the onlookers. Also, it's additionally funny because he is like a notoriously corrupt guy. The former FDNY chief got 3 years in prison for taking bribes to fast-track safety inspections. Okay, this was all the way back in. This was a story back in May 14th of this year. Okay. Second former high-ranking FDNY official sentenced to prison for role in bribery conspiracy. The fire department in New York commissioners are notoriously fucking corrupt. Just discovering that New York City's current fire commissioner, who is resigning over Zoran Mamdani's position on Israel, has zero firefighter experience and was appointed by Mayor Eric Adams after making a donation to Adams to borrow a line from Brad Lander. Good fucking riddance. Who gives a shit, dude? Like, why is this fucking relevant?
Administration.
Mamdani's political rise has been taken as an ominous sign by many Jewish leaders.
Zoran Mamdani has contributed to a mainstreaming of some of the most abhorrent anti-Semitism,
who point to, among other things, his opposition to Israel as a Jewish state.
Look, it's a complicated, emotional decision to.
Brother, you are the commissioner, or were the commissioner of the fucking fire department in New York. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? His opposition to Israel as a Jewish state? Like, this in and of itself openly shows that you are not capable of doing this job anyway. He's not a firefighter, by the way, chatters. He's never fought a single fire. He's just a guy who knows that this position is notoriously easy to win favors on, and bribed his way to getting the position after the previous guys got fucking arrested for using that position to fast track building permits without proper fire safety inspections. Notice how being a Jewish leader has never been an Islamic issue, but the other way around is a Jewish issue, yet somehow Muslims are the intolerant ones. It's not even a thing. These are fucking dipshits who think they can masquerade, who think they can carefully craft an Islamophobic narrative while shielding themselves and making it seem as though this is a disagreement in their faith. Can you imagine a Muslim fire department commissioner turning around and being like, yeah, oh, our mayor's a Jew? Sorry. I can't fucking do that. Did you already cover the Barry Weiss clip about you? Yes, I did it yesterday. Like, can you imagine? That would be fucking insane. Also, this has nothing to do with Judaism. This fucking dickhead is just simply saying that it has something to do with his Jewish faith. It's ridiculous. It's insane. And I think most people don't actually look at this and go, wow, well, this actually lends credibility to the fears that a lot of Jewish New Yorkers feel about Zohran Mamdani. No, it makes people go, okay, what's up with these Jews? That's what people say. It breeds anti-Semitism. Okay? For the onlookers, they look at this, who aren't brain broken by pro-Israel sentiment. The onlookers that look at this go, what the fuck is this guy saying? What's up with Jews is the question that they ask. That's how you become more hostile to Judaism, Jewish people in general.
But ideologically, there's no doubt that the mayor and I disagree on some very fundamental things to me.
Tucker.
Yes, Zohran, as the Islamic-style jihadist, wants fires to continue burning. I, as a Jewish commissioner of the fire department of New York, obviously don't want fires to continue burning buildings. This is the fundamental disagreement that we have.
And others aren't convinced by the mayor-elect's words of reassurance.
I will be the mayor who doesn't just protect Jewish New Yorkers, but also celebrates and cherishes them.
More importantly than hearing it, we want to see it. And, you know, there was an example very recently on the Upper...
Brother, do your fucking job. Literally, your faith has nothing to do with you doing your fucking job. What the fuck is this conversation? Dude, it doesn't matter. No matter what I say, obviously, Zionists are not going to listen to me because a big part of Zionism revolves around Islamophobia. And you know, my background, it becomes a filter for many Zionists. Like, they just literally will refuse to hear me say this. Okay? But this kind of pairing is not working anymore. The faster you realize that, and the faster you craft a new narrative, the better it will be for all of the Jews who aren't Zionists, who aren't as fucking invested in the state of Israel being an ethno-state. Okay? I know you don't care personally, but I'm sure you have relatives that are going to be falsely maligned in this regard. It is so fucking stupid. It's like if a Muslim candidate or a Muslim New York police department commissioner and a fire department commissioner was running around being like, as a Muslim, I think the criticisms against ISIS are very Islamophobic. I can't believe it. As a Muslim, I can't work with a Jewish mayor. As a Muslim, I can't do this. As a Muslim, I can't do that. Why is everybody being so Islamophobic against Al-Qaeda and ISIS? Okay? That's the way people read it, because people don't fuck with Israel anymore. Any Jewish Zionist that runs around claiming all Jews are Zionists, is actually doing a disservice. Okay? They are doing a disservice. They are making Americans and everyone else that's tuning in that hasn't had their brains cooked by Zionism in general, who are, the majority position now is anti-Israel. They're making all those anti-Israel people go, okay, I guess all Jews are Zionists. All right, well, then, I'm against all Jews now because I'm against Israel. Like, this is a ridiculous thing to say and do. What about you, people starving while you earn money? You're right. You're right. I should not be earning money when other people are starving. You also earn money while people starve, for the record. Everybody does that. This is not a normal standard to apply to any human being, I think. It's very confusing. But thank you. Thank you for the incredible retort. Oh my God, Farley. Oh my God. You're right. I'm quitting this job. Joke's on you. I don't earn money. I'm an unpaid grad student. Every dollar ever made was done while people are starving. Literally. That doesn't even make any sense. Why did these guys never have a follow-up?
East Side.
Park East Synagogue.
Yeah, Park East Synagogue.
In a protest last week outside a synagogue hosting an event to support Jewish immigration to Israel, activists shouted threats. A Mamdani spokesperson was
What's
later...
your problem with Jews having their one country? I mean, where do I fucking begin? I'm anti-ethno-state no matter what, especially when the ethno-state is designed and built on top of indigenous land where there were non-Jews living there alongside Jews. You know? I have a very controversial opinion on this matter. It's called I'm anti-fascist and anti-ethno-states in general. Okay? And before you say Japan, I don't have any disagreements there either. Japan is literally cooking itself alive at this point because of its incredibly xenophobic anti-immigrant attitudes. So, you know, it's bad. Anytime Israel mentioned on the chat, some of the stupidest fucking motherfuckers come in to be like, well, what about this? What about that?
quoted saying he discouraged the language, adding in an apparent nod of support to the protesters that these sacred spaces should not be used to promote activities in violation of international law.
You know, I don't know that the public has heard appropriately from him.
What could he have done?
Look, I think he could have come out very quickly and condemned the behavior and some of the rhetoric. But again,
and by not doing it, what are your concerns?
Yeah, I'm less worried about what he didn't do and more worried about him, you know, realizing the
Not the Japan gaslighting? What do you mean? Y'all need to get that distinction. True, but several countries doing that, if not all, right now. Not the Japan gaslighting. It's gaslighting to say that that Japan notoriously has a self-defeating mentality about maintaining some kind of ethnic and national purity. That's not gaslighting. That's just an accurate reflection of events. I say this as someone who loves traveling to Japan. Okay. How did Japan become Japanese? How did Turkey become Turkish? How did Israel become Jewish? Genocide is the answer in all three cases. Yeah, the difference, of course, is that this is currently ongoing. You know? Like, we can talk about the legacy of the death and destruction that the Ainu people faced in Japan. Okay? Turkey also isn't a, you know, Turkey is not a religious ethno-state. And I would say neither is Japan. It is an ethno-state, however. Regardless, this is not only happening currently, but it's also happening with American support. There's interviews too annoying freaks saying yes to each other meme. Yeah.
enormity of his job.
Inside headquarters in Brooklyn,
This is the nucleus of how we run the department.
where the FDNY
What?
coordinates
I feel like it's being
responses to
exaggerated. It's reaching a little. That's never the answer. Why would that be the answer? God, some of us are still fucking mammals. What are you saying, Turbo Granny? Yeah. There's a hit piece on Zohran Mamdani. Tucker knew he was going to be fired because he's an unqualified hack. 6 weeks before Tucker's appointment last August 8th, employees of a security business made political contributions to Mayor Adams on the same day. No mention of that. Yeah, it is. It is directly a fucking attack. It's a very clear cut. It's a very clear cut attack, and much like many of the Barry Weiss related news pieces, it got very little motion. This video has been up on Twitter for hours. It got 18 likes, dude. Nobody wants anything that Barry Weiss is putting out. It's so funny. Why are your chatters so arrogant and hateful, racist and hateful? I don't know. That's the funniest thing. They just like... Barry Weiss is not only getting paid to do Hasbara, getting paid to try and make people pro-Israel, but she's also failing to do so because she's so goddamn incompetent. It's really funny. But yeah, Tony DeCoppel, Tony Double Cirque is Barry's strongest soldier. Tony was already doing this before Barry came in and took charge. You know?
Agencies across America's biggest city.
You're going to miss this. Very much.
Tucker says they're still waiting for outreach from Mamdani.
That I haven't had any personal conversations with the mayor-elect. I haven't heard from anyone in his incoming administration, nor has the department. And so I only hope that is not an indicator of their feelings about the FDNY. I'd like to think they think everything is going so well here that they don't need to transition so fast.
Well, things are going well at the fire department. I mean, look, it's a great department. I want to point out that Robert Tucker, the commissioner there, he loves his job. He loves the people he's working with.
He quit. Why would they reach out? They got shit to do. Yeah. Well, the reason why they're even doing a fucking news bit on this is because they want to do an anti-Zoran. They want to do anti-Zoran coverage, but they want to do it as subtly as possible, even though this is as subtle as a fucking heart attack. The very fact that this dipshit resigned, knowing full well that he most likely would have been replaced anyway, because he was an incompetent asshole who paid for the position, is ridiculous. I cannot believe that they interviewed this fucking dipshit. They're so stupid. It's so dumb. Thank God Barry Weiss is the greatest propagandist Israel has, because she is really fucking bad. Bro, someone in the chat just says states have to do genocide to become states, so genocide is normal. No, they didn't say that, so genocide is normal. I don't think they were saying that, even though I obviously criticize that take regardless. That chatter wasn't even implying it. That chatter was saying the other chatter was implying it. Okay. Anyway. Once again, we are relying on the incompetence of these monsters. And luckily, they are very incompetent. Another F? Really? Another one? What the fuck is happening, bro? What is happening? Can't figure out if Twitch side or IRL toolkit, even though IRL toolkit shows no issues. It's back. Use a China. Okay. I had to hit the no, I hit that. 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 I did that. The black screen you saw, I did. Okay, I had to reset the ingest. So
I know where to find you. I know this man.
I know sonar isn't random, chat. I know, but
Indeed.
I don't want to send him
And I
again
can assure
when I
you
have
he's a
other
terrible
characters that I want to
assassin.
level up.
And I, as it turns out, am an incredible bodyguard.
Easy peasy, baby. Hero training. If there's someone who needs extra hero training, I got some free time right now. Oh my god, train me. Train me, please. Wait, I'm not gonna do that right now. Hold on. This is a 4-stacker? Hey, yo. The bone zone. Oh my god, I almost didn't make it. Wow. What the fuck?
Keep it up.
Destroyed the fucking bone zone in the marketplace of ideas. Pro tip, you want as many successful missions with Invisigal as you can get throughout the whole game. Okay, thank you, chatter. Oh, this is fast. What the hell?
The Torrance Bank, and there's these guys with masks and guns.
Approach swiftly, but with caution. Fight the robbers. Rescue the bank manager.
Are you kidding?
Wait, why can't I send Invisigal? Time almost up top left. Make sure to train Golem when available. This is not going to be a good...
It's on my radar.
This is a crazy fucking...
Yeah, I follow. Are we
Fuck
headed
it,
to the
why
pub
not?
afterward?
Okay, I have to
Can't.
use
He's
this
had a
to...
dancer's idol.
Which one should I take out of resting here? Oh,
Lightning
shit.
struck spotted. Urgent care on Bakersfield Street.
Apprehend lightning struck. Go quickly before he gets away. Don't underestimate him. Hit him hard.
I already tangled with this dickwad once. Send someone else.
What the fuck? I have no one to send. I have no one to fucking send. All right, I gotta take one out of, I guess, mobility. Coop.
Okay, back to it. Close your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Do I have another coffee? Oh, fuck. I'm out of coffee. Wait till the call is almost done. The call is almost done, chatter. Look. Look. There's nothing. You can back out and let it run? No, I can't. I'm fucking cooked. Golem and Prism are almost all done. They're not, though. You can just let it run out, save someone from getting injured. She's not going to be able to solo it, I don't think. And there's no way Malevola makes it in time. What if she pulls it off, dude?
Sharp as my knife.
What if she fucking pulls it off, dude? All right, who the fuck do I train here? I guess Invisigal. What? She doesn't want to do training either? What the fuck's she good for? Bank robbery. They're trying to force the manager to open the vault, trap the robbers inside the vault, rescue the manager, brawl the robbers. I mean, brawl is easy peasy. I got all the brawl capabilities in the fucking world right now. Yeah, I got 10.
So you finally noticed I'm perfect. Ready, set, fire.
She's cooked. She's not gonna be able to do it on her own. Invisigal doesn't want to work anymore because of woke. All right. Send Golem the training. Trust.
Get it done, baby.
Fuck it. Why not? There ain't no way she made it. Wait. There ain't no way she actually cooked this. 22% shot. Oh! Oh my god! Oh!
Wonderful. On to the next one.
How is that possible? My queen. Oh, she needed more than that. Golem expands to fill each empty slot, increasing his stats by 25% per slot, up to 200 when beneficial. Once per shift, all of Golem's stats can be reset within the hero database, allowing for redistribution of points. This one, right? Left.
Huh. Pretty breathtaking work back there.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. This shit is weird. It's like we're working.
What?
What's the word? As a team.
Uh-huh. Baby, that's got a name. It's teamwork.
Isn't that like a sex thing?
What type of sex thing would that be?
It's not really safe for work, you know. I'll text it to you. One sec.
Choose one here to receive the charisma skill upgrade.
Fucking teamwork, all right?
All right, I'm gonna hit it with Malevola. Get that charisma, girl. Even though Ku earned it, but she's not a charisma character. Bro, that was fucking nutty, dude.
Invisigal, where are you going?
There you go. One more strike against me. You gotta get rid of somebody, right? I'm making it easy for you.
No, you're quitting. You're not making it easy for me. You're making it easy for you.
You don't get it. Some people are born to be heroes. I'm not one of them.
Invisigal.
I tried. Just wasn't meant to be.
Meant to be.
You're the hero in my heart.
Blazer, Phenomenon, they have hero powers. Strong out there for all to see.
Flying through the sky. Nothing to hide.
What's your point?
I have fucking villain powers. I can turn invisible and skulk in the shadows.
Is that Kim
My
Il
powers let me
Sung?
steal shit and watch famous people fuck.
What the fuck? Is that a emo? Are you serious? What? Oh my god. What the fuck? What is this emote mode, man? What is this fucking... Y'all are so dumb. I swear to God. Oh my Lord. What could that possibly mean when used in this moment with Invisigal? She just like him, for real. Misunderstood.
Being a villain is my fate. It's in the fucking stars. In the same way that Blonde Blazer was always meant to be a hero.
You make your own destiny.
Where'd you get that? Kung Fu Panda?
Liking.
Boomer. I think it's in Trolls 2, also.
All fine films with a fine message.
You've already been a hero, okay?
Okay.
You have no idea what I'm dealing with.
Oh, get out of here. At least you were born with powers. I don't have shit. So according to your dumbass theory, I should be an accountant.
Well, you are a dispatcher.
You aren't far off.
Fate, destiny, not having powers, seasonal depression. None of these things kept me
From being a hero before. And they won't keep me from being a hero again. Oh my god. You want to talk about fate?
This guy's the most active criminal in the entire city.
2 blocks from your location. Maybe it's third time's the charm.
I told you. I'm out.
You really want to let this idiot get one over on you a third time?
What makes you think it'd be any different? The day's not done. Get this guy and it could make a difference.
He stole a roll of pennies out of the cash register at Granny's. I don't think he's moving the needle.
Oh, he's about to steal $250,000 of jewelry.
Oh, shit.
Respect.
So go move the needle.
Or are you just gonna sit there and subject kids to secondhand smoke?
Dude, I'm so invested in this.
Don't do it. Don't fucking give that kid a cigarette.
He's the one I bummed it from. What's the address?
She's a smoker with asthma. Wait, there's 2 of them?
You ain't
There's
worried
3
about a
of them.
hero crashing the party?
Load that up.
Oh shit.
Where's your boy? Shit. You, donut girl. You sure you want to do this again?
Invisigal, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just help me find this fucker.
Got him. He's at your 5 o'clock.
It's not fair that you can see me, but I can't see you.
I'm flying blind here. I can't see anything. Great. Give me a second to tap into this.
Oh no, I have to save my girl. Invisibitch.
All right. A little more tricky.
Sure, take your time.
Shh. I need quiet. Oh, fuck.
What? What is it?
Antivirus.
Uh-oh.
There you are.
Come at me, antivirus. Destroyed.
Got it. I can see again.
That makes one of us.
This is how computers work. Yes, I'm in. I'm a hacker man, dude. I'm an international. I'm hack the world.
I can't see him from this camera. Let me
Fuck
try
you,
get another
Norton.
one online.
Wait, what is this?
Shit.
Easy, easy. Use this incredible fucking amount of space I have to... Oh, what the fuck? That didn't do dick! Oh, hell yeah, bitch. What's up? Oh, that's exactly how computers work, by the way. That's exactly how computers work, by the way. Just so you guys know. Fuck. Sheesh, dude.
He's at your 7.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
He's heading your way.
Hack the planet. Hack the planet. I'm I'm not your grandfather's dispatcher, okay? They call him Robert Robertson the First. I, on the other hand, happen to be Robert Robertson. Wait, what? Where is this thing? Intruder detected.
Fuck you.
Wait, what the fuck?
Fuck you.
Wait, how did that one jump? I don't understand. I gotta do it again. I got it though. I'm gonna trap it. It's easy. Oh, what
focus.
the fuck? Wait, why is that thing? That thing is crazy, bro.
Ah!
Dude, I am so hacker, man. It's not even funny. That's a crazy amount of code. Call it first try the way I did that.
On the count of 3, I'm going to turn on the main overhead lights, which should temporarily blind him, giving you a chance.
Code, he says. Guys, it's code in the game, okay? Yes, I'm a script kiddie. You can call me a script kiddie if you want. But I like to call myself a script daddy, okay? Call it first try. I did it.
1, 2, 3.
How would that even work? A pearl necklace is not that strong.
I'm no hero. Fuck, no, let me try that again. Now you see me? Wait, what about lights out, Thundercuck?
That's the one. Would have been better if you said it first.
Right, because lightning thunder struck cookbook so close.
First try.
Hey, Bengal boy! More like Bengal bitch!
Or bitch boy!
Hey, Bengal bitch boy, fuck you! Where do go?
Why are those assholes not being assholes?
Isn't this what you were going for?
Yeah, but I didn't think it would work. I don't get it.
So, this one keeps the comm line one-on-one. This one connects to the whole team. And this one goes out to the entire branch.
Fuck.
No.
Yeah, you got off light. One dispatcher broadcast the details of his botched circumcision. HR nightmare. Did you mean all that? You really think she has a shot? All that stuff about fate sounded good, but I don't know if you were just saying what you thought she needed to hear.
Yeah, everyone has a shot. People are who they choose to be. If Invisigal wants this, she has...
Yeah, guess what? I didn't know that was going to team comms. Okay? Also, I didn't know that Tony DeCoppel of CBS Morning used to be a dispatcher back in the day before he became a pro-Israel stooge on CBS Mornings. Okay? But yeah, you always got to speak like you're speaking on all chat. Okay? Two-cut Tony, double circ Tony. Big dispatch guy back in the day. Oh my God. What is happening? Tony two-tip, Tony two-snip. That's what you got to do. Just watch the beginning of episode 4, even if you're ending, so we can farm TikTok and get more watchers tomorrow. Damn. Okay.
Has to commit. It's too easy to quit when you're not good at something.
It's a steep learning curve.
I hate this chat. Fuck you, spoiler ass. What do you mean, spoiler ass?
Was textbook.
Genuinely, dude, I'm really happy for you.
So, it's between Sonar and Coop.
What? That's not, no. Invisigal's still at the bottom of the board.
Oh, the one in the bullpen? That thing updates every hour. Invisigal moved up. Catching lightning struck really gave her a huge boost.
Bagel boy? Really?
The donut shop escape, slipping past Malevola, now the jewelry store, really bumped up the wanted levels.
It's like missing the free throw on purpose to get the putback.
Yeah, exactly. I don't watch football, but I get it.
Oh my God, she's so hot. She doesn't even care about
I'm supposed to
sports.
play favorites here, but even if she was on the bottom, I'm not sure I'd have let you cut her.
Then it's a good thing she's not.
Yeah. So.
Sorry,
these
Charlie,
two are
but
now
you
tied
gotta
for
go.
last place. Who do we cut?
It's not even a
Sonar
question.
Or Coop? It's your call.
Not
I
even a
support it all the way.
fucking question, dude. I'm never letting go of
Sonar
Coop.
it is. He had to use his distress beacon before he even left
Yeah. We are Charlie Kirk, okay? We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We fight for the gospel. We honor his name, okay? we are Kirking out Sonar. Worst decision? Okay, well, sorry. Plus he slandered you? Okay, no, I don't give a shit about that.
Building today, so I'm not sure it's gonna work.
What happened?
Every
He thought he
time
was
he
gonna see
goes
boobs
on a
and got
mission, he gets kirked out of his mind.
Somehow gave me too much detail and not enough detail in one sentence. All right, I'll get started on the paperwork.
I'll let him know.
Hey, Robert. Great work today.
Sonar thinks Robert abused beef. Oh, she want me. She want me.
So
you
I'm
saw
sure
that, right?
You know why you're here.
Nah, not at all, man. No clue. What's up? What's going on, Robbie?
You, well, I'm cutting you.
What? No. What? Invisigal's. So she should be getting cut. She's on the bottom.
Not anymore, actually. Her last dispatch put her above you.
Hey, they're gonna call security.
This isn't over.
It actually is. Sorry it didn't work out.
Watch your back, Robert. Why is this? What? Did you?
No. You must have just locked it.
Sorry. Force of. Fuck you!
You accessorizing?
You could call it that.
Did he try to choke you with that or something?
No, he just left it.
You're lucky he just stopped at the tie. Hey, check it out. I've been doing some accessorizing myself.
You are spoiling him.
Nonsense. Talking about.
You ready to go home, bud?
Oh, dude. Sex or Run, episode 2. Aw, she's proud. She's fucking proud of being bottom 3. Oh, that was cute as hell, bro.
I still would have cut you.
Well, no one fucking asked you, old man.
Lucky fucking for you.
Thanks.
Wow. Wow, Kaya. Do you see that? Una mas por favor. I'm just gonna watch the beginning of it. UN 36% of players code sonar. UN 77% of players threw the chair at Golem. UN 99% of players helped Invisigal against Lightning Struck. UN 64% of players said all of you are Phoenixes. UN 40% of players said you make your own destiny. Out of the 4 times a hero was sabotaged, you helped him escape with no injuries 2 times. UN 35% of players decided to shut down the fighting tournament. UN 88% of players successfully protected Victor Vaslov from his enemies. You performed better than 50% of players in today's shift, and you activated a hero's powers 27 times. You sent the perfect hero for the call 3 times. You barely succeeded on a call 2 times. Wait, sent the perfect hero only 3 times? God damn, I am so ass at this game. Still better than Squeaks though, right? What is this? Don't watch the beginning? Either do the full thing or just save it. No, I'm going to watch it. Now I want to see it. I want to see it now. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it. Oh, what? Am I hitting that? What's happening? Roberto Robertson III! Wait, she's just jerking it? No, there's a guy there. That's me. I'm the guy. I didn't even know. She was having a sex dream about us? Hey, yo! Okay, I gotta go. Unrelated to what we just saw. Okay? Okay, that's all for today, folks. No, I gotta go. It's late. Yo, he licking sniz? I know, dude. He was straight up licking sniz. Respect. Okay, that's sick. Finally, some real sexo happening here, dude. Holy shit. Okay, listen. My untimely leave of absence here has nothing to do with what I just saw. Okay, hey, calm down.
I'm just doing this.
Everybody calm down, okay?
Stunning lo-fi
Tomorrow is Thanksgiving. Okay, tomorrow's Thanksgiving. I'll be live as always, but obviously my family's going to be here later in the day. I don't know if we're going to be doing Thanksgiving. We'll see. Jank is a busy man.
California, says Hasan.
But we'll see. Like I said, we shall see. But I will probably be playing Dispatch a little bit tomorrow as well, hopefully. Foursome? Well, he's going to be at Thanksgiving, but I don't know if he's going to be here at a timely manner. But love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow, okay? As always, happy holidays, everybody. Peace.